Chapter 368. As soon as Ling Zhao's words fell, another voice immediately came out. 76,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. This voice came from another box, and it was unknown who was bidding. If he bought things at the auction, there would definitely be people bidding. Ling Zhao was already prepared. After all, he had looted the collections of the 3 royal families. He was very rich. Could it be that he couldn't even buy a 5th-grade spirit herb? 80,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, Ling Zhao called out slowly. Then, 81,000 low-grade mysterious crystals was heard from another private room. 82,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, 83,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, 90,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Zhao really didn't want to wait for others to increase the price bit by bit. It was really painful to listen to it, so he added 7,000 low-grade mysterious crystals at once. Xianxia, who was at the side, was also surprised by Ling Zhao's bid. He just looked at Ling Zhao with a little doubt, but didn't ask anything. After Ling Zhao called out the price, there was a short period of silence. The auctioneer called out, 90,000 low-grade mysterious crystals going once. Is there any higher grade? At this time, a faint voice came from box number 6, 93,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. In box number 6 sat a dignified and gorgeous Taoist nun. Her expression was no longer as natural and rosy as when she was at the entrance of the auction. She didn't look very good, and her pale face made people feel pity for her. This Taoist nun's name was Kai Shiyue, and others gave her the name Kai Fairy. However, although she had a fairy-like face, her heart was not as kind and gentle as a fairy's. In private, everyone secretly called her Blood Azura. She was a famous rogue cultivator in the southern wasteland. Her strength had reached the peak of the king stage. Her methods were extremely strange and tough. Many men who had taken advantage of her were sent to hell. She was temperamental. Sometimes, she could kill people 3,000 miles away without the slightest bit of mercy. Sometimes, she couldn't even bear to kill an ant. No one knew when she would kill people, and no one knew when she would become a kind fairy. Right now, her soul was injured and she urgently needed the spirit-nurturing grass to heal her soul. Otherwise, if her injuries worsened, it would affect her cultivation level and even affect her future advancement. 95,000 lower-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Zhao casually increased the price. At this moment, the announcement of 96,000 low-grade mysterious crystals came from room 10. Another box joined the bidding, 97,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The Taoist nun in compartment 6 increased the price by 98,000 low-grade mystic crystals. After a while, the spirit-nourishing grass was worth more than 110,000 Xian crystals. During this period, Ling Zhao did not bid even once. In the end, after Fairy Kai, who was in room 6, raised the price to 120,000, the other bidders didn't say anything else. This price had already far exceeded the price of the spirit-nourishing grass. Seeing that the auctioneer was about to make the final decision, the demon emperor behind Ling Zhao anxiously stood up. Master. Before he could finish, Ling Zhao said indifferently, 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals. Just as he finished speaking, the people in the hall went into an uproar. This price far exceeded the value of the spirit-nourishing grass. Who the hell is in room 8? How could he be so awesome? I think he has so many Xian crystals. That might not be the case. Maybe the spirit-nourishing grass is of great use to him. The auctioneer lowered his voice and shouted, 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals, is there any higher bid? Fairy Kai, who was in room 8, was so pressured by the price that she almost couldn't breathe. She only had 130,000 low-grade Xian crystals on hand. Originally, she was determined to get it, but now, a Cheng Yaojin had appeared, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. If she didn't get the spirit-nourishing grass today, then her situation would be terrible. After all, this kind of spirit grass was rare, and even in the Spirit Herbs Pavilion, she might not be able to find it. Damn it. Who the hell is making things difficult for me? Could it be those 3 barbarians? It doesn't sound like it. Fairy Kai gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful eyes emitting dense flames. There were no accidents, and the spirit-nourishing grass was auctioned off by Ling Xiao for 150,000 low-grade Xian crystals. When the hammer was finally hammered down, the demon emperor couldn't help but become slightly excited. To him, any spirit grass that could nourish the soul was extremely important. Even if he could devour other people's souls to recover his soul force, that kind of recovery method was mixed and impure, and was not as pure and perfect as absorbing spirit grass or pills. This was an important factor in whether or not he could return to his peak state. To Ling Xiao, this spirit-nourishing grass was equally important. Right now, he had completely comprehended the first stage of the spirit-controlling art, and if he wanted to reach the perfection realm, he could only rely on slowly cultivating and accumulating spirit liquid. When all of his knowledge was liquefied, he would reach the perfection realm. However, if he only relied on cultivating and accumulating spirit liquid, it might take several years or even more than 10 years. How could Ling Xiao afford to wait that long? He had already tasted the thrill of fighting higher realms with his spiritual force, and at the same time, it was also the true weapon he relied on to kill his enemies. Naturally, he wanted his spiritual force to reach the perfection realm as soon as possible. There was only one spirit-nourishing grass, and there was also a soul grass in his space ring. These two spirit grasses could double his spiritual force. Of course, he had also considered refining spirit-nourishing pills for the Demon Emperor, but the premise was that the Demon Emperor had to show enough loyalty, otherwise he would never allow the Demon Emperor to recover so quickly. The Demon Emperor had devoured the remnant souls of the heaven-suppressing sects' land of inheritance, which had strengthened him to the point where he could devour the souls of Earth's sovereign realm masters. If he waited for the Demon Emperor to recover further, he might even be able to devour the souls of heavenly venerables. At that time, Ling Xiao wasn't confident that he could still control the Demon Emperor. The auction continued. The following items were all level 4 and level 5 Xian artifacts, as well as various green and blue-ranked Xian skills. Ling Xiao had already obtained enough Xian artifacts and Xian skills from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret realm, so he didn't participate in the bidding. However, his absence did not affect the excitement of the auction. Many families, rogue cultivators, and mercenaries all needed these Xian artifacts or Xian skills. Those who could enter the auction were all servants with considerable wealth. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here to join in the fun? Very quickly, half a day had passed, and the auction was nearing its end. However, it was also time for the auction's climax. The auctioneer drank a mouthful of sweet spring water to moisten his throat and said, "Next, we will enter the final stage of this auction, which is also this month's heavy launch of the best of the best. There are only 5 items left, so everyone must not miss this opportunity." Following that, he clapped his hands, and 2 profound realm maids carried a wooden chest out with both hands. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but stand up, wanting to see what was inside the wooden chest. I believe everyone is already impatient. I will announce that the first item is the Heavenly Lightning Beast, the auctioneer said. However, before the auctioneer finished speaking, someone excitedly exclaimed, "This? How could it be the Heavenly Lightning Beast?" That's right, how could such a small chest contain the Heavenly Lightning Beast? Furthermore, there's no sign of life at all. It could be that the young Heavenly Lightning Beast was sealed. It can't be the corpse of the Heavenly Lightning Beast, right? Everyone continuously guessed. Everyone, stop guessing. This is a Heavenly Lightning Beast egg. The auctioneer slightly smiled, then opened the wooden chest lid, and a half-meter large beast egg appeared in front of them. This half-meter large beast egg was emitting traces of purple lightning, and there were already some cracks on the egg's body. It seemed to be a very mature beast egg. Heavens! This really is a Heavenly Lightning Beast egg. It looks like it will definitely break out of the shell in less than 3 days. That's right, who is so powerful that they can even get a rank 6 Heavenly Lightning Beast egg? This is too heaven-defying. I wonder what the auction price is. No matter how big it is, it's worth auctioning. In the future, if we nurture it, it can definitely grow into a rank 6 high-grade spirit beast. Hurry up and tell me the starting price. This beast egg is mine. Who does your lawn family think you are? This beast egg is ours. The auction price had not yet been announced, but the hall had already begun to quarrel. Xianxia, who was in the 8th box, said, "If a thunder attribute martial artist obtains this egg, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. That's right. However, although it is a high-grade spirit beast, it will take at least 100 years for it to mature. In the hall, the auctioneer finally revealed the starting price of 250,000. This price was currently the highest starting price of all the items in the auction. As soon as the price was announced, many of the people who were clamoring for it had already become weak. 250,000 low-grade profound crystals. This was not something that just anyone could take out. However, there were still a lot of people who could participate in this kind of auction. A middle-aged man in the front row of the hall was the first to bid, 250,000 low-grade profound crystals. Following that, others also participated in the auction. Some of the smaller families also gritted their teeth and joined in. The Heavenly Lightning Beast was a high-grade attack-type spirit beast that could advance to rank 6 or even rank 7. If they could raise such a high-grade spirit beast, it would be enough for any small family to squeeze into the ranks of the big families. In less than a quarter of an hour, the price had already risen to 300,000 low-grade profound crystals. At this time, a loud and arrogant voice came from the 3rd box. My Wei family bids 320,000 low-grade profound crystals. In the 3rd box were the 2 brothers, Wei Bufan and Wei Weihu, from the 2nd family of Nantian City. The one who had just bid was Wei Weihu, and it seemed that he was determined to win. Otherwise, he would not have brought it out of his house. "Third brother, let's keep a low profile," Wei Bufan said to Wei Weihu. Wei Weihu smiled. "Big brother, didn't I buy it for you and give it to Miss Dong?" "Thank you," Wei Bufan replied with a faint smile. Although the Wei family had brought it out of their house, there were still many young powers who did not fear the Wei family. From the 7th box, a bidding voice came out, 330,000 low-grade profound crystals. In the 10th box, someone also called out, 340,000 low-grade profound crystals. Right now, the people who participated in the bidding were all from the big powers in the boxes. In the hall, there was only one person whose entire body was covered by a cloak, and his face could not be seen, who was participating in the bidding. Very quickly, the price of the Heavenly Lightning Beast egg was raised to a high price of 500,000. Chapter 369. 500,000 low-grade Xian crystals was the highest price in the auction so far, and it was bid by the Wei family. Everyone thought that the Thunder Beast egg would belong to the Wei family. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the first room, 550,000 low-grade Xian crystals. Hearing this voice, the auctioneer below the auction house smiled helplessly. Wei Weihu, who was in the 3rd room, exclaimed, "Why did Miss Dong also participate in the bidding? Doesn't she know that Big Brother is auctioning this Thunder Beast egg for her?" Wei Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "She always knew my feelings, but she never appreciated it. How about I go over and tell her to let Big Brother bid for it? There's no need to let her spend so much money," Wei Weihu reminded. Wei Bufan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let her go." No one else increased the bid after room number 1 made its first bid. Everyone knew that the first room belonged to the Dong family, and the one in the room must be the 7th miss of the Dong family. It was said that this 7th miss of the Dong family was a domineering and unruly person who held a grudge. If she didn't like someone, that person would definitely be in big trouble. If someone dared to bid against her now, she would definitely not let them go. The reason why she participated in the auction was because the seller who brought the egg to the Dong family's auction was unwilling to sell it to the Dong family in private. Of course, the Dong family couldn't force him, otherwise, it would ruin their reputation, so they could only participate in the auction through the formal procedures. After the first item was auctioned, the auctioneer introduced the second item. The second item was a spirit sword. The hilt of the sword was like a dragon, and the body of the sword was extremely large. The sword's tip was sharp, and it exuded a strong earth-yellow aura. It was as if an earth-attribute spirit beast could be seen roaring. The first impression this spirit sword gave people was that it was full of domineering aura, making people think of a powerful martial artist who looked down on the world when using it. In the 6th room, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good spirit weapon, what a pity." He liked this kind of domineering huge sword, which looked cool when using it. "Why do you say that it's good, but also that it's a pity?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "I say it's good because its shape is the type I like. It's a pity that it's an earth attribute sword, so I can't use it. If it falls into someone else's hands, it'll definitely be like a pearl being deceived. It won't be able to display its power at all, nor will it be able to display its value," Ling Xiao said seriously. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes and curse in his heart. This guy's skin is really thick. A low-rank brilliant sword. The starting price is 500,000 low-rank mysterious crystals, and the minimum increment is no less than 10,000 low-rank mysterious crystals, the auctioneer said in a clear voice. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, everyone was once again in an uproar. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern wasteland, spirit tools were extremely rare. Possessing a spirit artifact was equivalent to having half an Earth Monarch rank expert overseeing the battle, and it would absolutely not be difficult for them to surmount realms and kill others. 510,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. 520,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. 550,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The price continued to rise, and soon it reached 700,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. My Wei family bids 750,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Wei Weihu, who was in one of the 3 boxes, called out again. "We must get this spiritual weapon no matter what," Wei Bufan said with a resolute look in his eyes. "I understand, big brother. I will definitely get it at all costs," Wei Weihu nodded heavily. 760,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The 4th box, which had been quiet all this time, also participated in the bidding. In the 4th room was another large family in Nantian City, the Kai family. Their strength was comparable to the Wei family, but they were much weaker than the Wei family in terms of wealth, which was why they were ranked 3rd in the Nantian family. In this box was a young man who was less than 30 years old, and a middle-aged king-level servant. The young man's name was Kai Zhen, and he was the eldest son of the Kai family's patriarch. He was the future successor of the Kai family, and he cultivated Earth attribute spiritual power. He was already half a step away from the king level, and he only needed to further control his spiritual power. Once he accumulated enough power, he would naturally enter the king level. The middle-aged king-level servant bowed slightly and said, "Young master, this time the old patriarch said that you can use as much as you want within the limit of 1 million. Kai Zhen nodded slightly and said, "The Wei family has an elder of the previous generation who seems to cultivate the earth attribute. If we want to get it, we will probably have to spend a lot of money." The middle-aged king-level servant hesitated for a moment and said, "I still have 200,000 low-grade mysterious crystals here. Good Uncle Hua. If we can really get it when we return to the family, I will definitely get someone to return double the amount to you," Kai Zhen said with a smile. At this time, the price of the spiritual sword had already reached 850,000 gold coins. Among the 10 boxes, except for 2 or 3 boxes that didn't participate in the bidding, the rest all participated in the bidding. In box number 10, 3 strangely dressed barbarians were also eager to get the spiritual sword. A barbarian sitting on the left said to the barbarian sitting in the middle, "Big brother, if we get this spiritual sword, we don't have to bid for that blood shura bitch." The barbarian on the right said with a sinister smile, "With the spiritual sword in hand, we must enjoy ourselves after we catch that blood shura, and let her know the power of us 3 brothers." The barbarian in the middle said faintly, "This time we have a total of 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Just now we have spent 250,000 low-grade mysterious crystals, and now we only have 1,250,000 low-grade mysterious crystals left. I am afraid it will not be easy to get it." As soon as these words came out, the other 2 barbarians' expressions became listless. In the end, after a fierce bidding, the Wei family bought the brilliant sword for 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. In box number 6, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, as expected of a famous big city. Today has really broadened my horizons. In the future, I must also become the master of a region, so that my Ling family can also support an even bigger auction than this. Next, the third item was actually a 5,000-year-old stalactite milk. Its effect was the same as the 10,000-year-old stone milk, but its effect was much worse than the 10,000-year-old stone milk. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not even worth mentioning. However, such a small bottle of stalactite milk was also sold for 1,200,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. It was bought by the 3 barbarians. This almost made Ling Xiao bite his tongue in shock. Such a small bottle was actually so valuable, and he once had a pool of even better mysterious crystals in front of him, but only 30 bottles were filled, and the rest had been absorbed by Lu Wang. Prodigal, super prodigal, damn it, all those who follow me are prodigal brats. Ling Xiao had a pained expression. Seeing Ling Xiao's ugly expression, Xianxia sighed for no reason. This 5,000-year-old stalactite milk has the effect of washing the marrow and opening the meridians. Even an Earth Emperor stage expert would be jealous. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. I can't buy it even if I wanted to. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression darkened even more. The fourth item continued to be introduced. It was 2 mid-tier 6th level fire attribute spirit grass, flame burning grass. These 2 spirit grass were crimson in color, and a few leaves were like burning flames. They looked extremely lively and enchanting. They were the best quality spirit grass of the fire attribute. It was even more precious to blacksmiths and alchemists, because consuming it could condense a bit of innate flame, multiplying the power of one's own flame. It was an excellent spirit grass that blacksmiths and alchemists dreamed of. The starting price of these 2 flame-burning grass was not lower than the other 3 items. In the end, it was sold for a shocking price of 1,100,000. It was obtained from the auction by the man with the hood over his head. There was no one else in the hall who could bid such a high price. After all, people with such wealth would usually choose a private room. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract the attention of others. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "All right, now we're entering the final moments." At this time, the people in the hall began to clamor again. They all knew that, according to the usual practice, the finale would definitely be the high-level medicinal pills refined by the Dong family's 5th-level alchemist. Every time a medicinal pill was auctioned, several bottles would be bundled together, and there was no lack of 4th or 5th-level medicinal pills like the King Initiation Pill, King Advancement Pill, or King Zenith Pill. However, this time, it had exceeded their expectations. This time, it wasn't a medicinal pill, but a bottle of blood. To be exact, it was a bottle of essence blood, the essence blood of a 7th-level flood dragon. This bottle of essence blood was obtained by a mercenary group when they ventured deep into the barren land. They encountered an injured flood dragon and obtained this bottle of essence blood by chance. After appraisal, it was found that this bottle of essence blood has an extremely pure bloodline. Refining this bottle of essence blood can help one obtain a top-level physical body, and it is even possible for one to comprehend the flood dragon's tenbin magic, the auctioneer explained. Generally speaking, only the essence blood of high-level spirit beasts could improve one's physical body's defensive ability. If the bloodline was pure, and the spirit beast possessed the tenbin magic, then the refiner would have a certain chance of comprehending the tenbin magic. Not every high-level spirit beast possessed the tenbin magic. Only spirit beasts with the bloodline of divine beasts or the bloodline of ancient beasts possessed the tenbin magic. As for the essence blood of the flood dragon in front of them, it belonged to a branch of the divine dragon. Some flood dragons with a thick bloodline possessed the tenbin magic, but some flood dragons with a thin bloodline didn't possess the tenbin magic. Although this bottle of essence blood had been appraised, who knew whether it was true or not? The starting bid for this bottle of essence blood was also set at 500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Regardless of whether one could comprehend the tenbin divine might of the flood dragon, just the powerful physical body that could be refined was worth this price. Looking at the bottle of essence blood, Ling Xiao almost cried out in surprise. Ever since the Demon Emperor had told him that the Vajra 5 transformation technique he cultivated was actually the ancient Emperor Divine technique of the Kim people, one could only cultivate it if one had the royal bloodline of the Kim people. Previously, he had unknowingly absorbed the 10,000 years stone emulsion, which should have contained the essence blood of the purple flood dragon, which allowed him to cultivate dragon chi. Therefore, he felt that if he could absorb the true bloodline of dragons, he might be able to cultivate dragon chi and strengthen his defense. Now that this bottle of essence blood had appeared, Ling Zhao's blood boiled. He had made up his mind that no matter the price, he must obtain this bottle of essence blood. When he refined this bottle of essence blood, he would be able to verify whether his thoughts were correct or not. Chapter 370. As soon as the auctioneer called for the start, Ling Xiao immediately called out a price: 550,000 low-grade profound crystals. Xianxia, who was beside Ling Xiao, was shocked. "Brother Ling, are you really going to bid for this flood dragon blood essence?" "Of course, I need it," Ling Xiao said with certainty. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao seriously again, and said in agreement, "So Brother Ling already has the dragon's grace, no wonder." "No wonder. Hey, don't make it sound like a fraud. Do you know why I need this blood essence?" Ling Xiao said. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I know a little about observing people. Now that I see that Brother Ling is like a swimming dragon, there will be a time when the dragon soars into the sky. It seems that this blood essence belongs to Brother Ling." Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia snappily and said, "You really think you're a peerless fraud?" However, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart. This fraud does have some ability to actually be able to see that this young master has a time when the dragon soars into the sky. Hee, this young master is worthy of being called a dragon among men. His charm is unstoppable. In the sixth box, Fairy Kai's expression was extremely ugly. She muttered, "You actually dare to steal my spirit-nourishing grass? I will let you know the consequences of offending this fairy." When the price of the blood essence reached 900,000 low-grade profound crystals, the number of people bidding became fewer and fewer. After all, it was unknown if this blood essence could comprehend the flood dragon's Tenbin divine ability, so not many people dared to pay a high price to see it. The smile on Ling Zhao's face grew wider and wider, as if he could already see the blood essence in his hands. Unexpectedly, a bid came from the sixth box: 910,000 low-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned but quickly followed up with a bid: 920,000 low-grade profound crystals, 930,000 low-grade profound crystals, 940,000 low-grade profound crystals, 950,000 low-grade profound crystals. No matter how much Ling Xiao added, Fairy Kai would add another 10,000. Now, only the two of them and the Wei family were left bidding. This woman's voice is so familiar. She actually dares to snatch something from me," said Ling Xiao somewhat angrily. "Who told you to steal my spirit-nourishing grass? I'm just trying to pick a fight with you." At this time, Wei Weihu raised the price to 1 million. This time, Ling Xiao did not raise the price. He wanted to see if the woman in room 6 would continue to raise the price. However, he didn't say anything, and the woman in booth number 6 didn't say anything either. 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. Anyone else? The auctioneer shouted. 1,010,000 lower rank mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao quickly increased the price. However, a voice rang out from booth number 6 again: 1,020,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. Damn it, this woman is really trying to pick a fight with me. Ling Xiao cursed angrily. Wei Bufan's expression turned unsightly as he sat in room 3. Wei Weihu asked, "Big brother, do you still want to follow up?" Wei Bufan said indifferently, "The highest price is 1,100,000. Wei Weiwu nodded and continued to raise the price. Wei Bufan also urgently needed this bottle of blood essence because he cultivated the Dragon Tiger 9 transformation's mysterious art. If he could absorb the dragon's bloodline essence and cultivate with it, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Even so, Wei Bufan knew his limits. If he waited for a higher price for this bottle of blood essence, it wouldn't be worth it. Booth number 6 was clearly competing with booth number 8, and he didn't want to get involved. In any case, no matter who obtained it in the end, he could still obtain it through other channels. Wei Weiwu called out 1,100,000, but Ling Xiao didn't immediately bid. Instead, he chose to ponder for a moment. As expected, booth number 6 became silent again. Ling Xiao smiled and said to himself, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you. 1,000,000 low-grade mysterious crystals and 5,000 mid-grade mysterious crystals. If you can bid higher than this, I'll withdraw," said Ling Xiao. A piece of mid-grade mysterious crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao's bid was equivalent to 1,500,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. The number of low-grade mysterious crystals he had plundered from the 3 emperors added up to 1,000,000 or so. Just now, he had spent more than 100,000, so he could only raise the price with mid-grade mysterious crystals. He suddenly increased the price by 400,000, and at the same time, he threatened that he wouldn't accept anyone who surpassed him. His goal was to intimidate the woman in booth number 6. He was sure that the woman was definitely not after the blood essence. He had already bid such a high price, so if the woman still dared to raise the price, he could only give up. Wei Weihu, who was in booth number 3, cursed in a low voice, "Who's in booth number 8? What a madman! He actually spent such a high price for a few drops of blood essence." Wei Bufan narrowed his eyes, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his face as he said, "I want him to have the money to buy it, but he won't have the life to spend it." Fairy Kai, who was in booth number 6, also sneered, "What a big fat sheep! Not only do I want you to give me my spirit-nourishing grass, I also want you to clean yourself up and let you know the consequences of offending me, Fairy Kai." Fairy Kai didn't dare to raise the price anymore. She must have achieved the effect she wanted. Xianxia, who was in booth number 8, gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up and said, "I didn't expect Brother Ling to be so rich. From now on, I'll rely on you." "Alright, since I'm still lacking a book boy, you might as well be half a book boy for me," Ling Xiao joked. "Screw you, I'm the number 1 divine fortune teller in the celestial sect of wonders. How can I arrange such a low status? At the very least, you should arrange for me to be an advisor." Xianxia chuckled. The auction was over. Ling Xiao had used up almost all of his low-grade mysterious crystals to buy a mid-grade rank 5 spirit grass and a bottle of blood essence. He had always thought that he was rich, but now he realized that he was so poor that he was sore. "Looks like if there's a chance, I'll have to take something out to sell." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the booth, Xianxia pinched his fingers and frowned. "Your peach blossom tribulation is coming." Ling Xiao kicked Xianxia and said, "Bah, I said you were a fraud and you took it for real." "Believe it or not, we'll know once we leave the auction," Xianxia said mysteriously. Ling Xiao also pinched his fingers like Xianxia and said with a smile, "It should be peach blossom luck, not peach blossom tribulation. Brother, your realm is not as high as mine." Xianxia smiled and didn't reply. The 3 of them walked out of the booth and immediately felt a few strange divine lights. Could it be that this guy really predicted it? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. As soon as the 3 of them left the auction, the Demon Emperor sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao, "Someone is following us." Ling Xiao replied without batting an eyelid and continued walking forward. After the 3 of them left the auction, a loud and clear bird cry rang out. A 5-colored divine bird appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao and the other 2. A beautiful Taoist nun held a red horsetail whisk in her hand and looked down at Ling Xiao and the other 2 coldly. Ling Xiao looked up and cupped his hands towards the Taoist nun. "I wonder what advice this fairy has for us?" He thought to himself, could it be that this Taoist nun has taken a fancy to this young master? What should I do? This young master isn't mentally prepared yet. If she wants to use force, I can only force myself. I'll just have to make do. Fairy Kai interrupted Ling Xiao's wild thoughts and said, "It's you. Hand over the spirit-nourishing grass and I'll spare your life. If you resist, you'll have to bear the consequences." "In broad daylight, are you sure you want to rob me?" Ling Xiao asked with a serious expression. He cursed inwardly. That jinx really hit the nail on the head. cut the crap. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue and hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, Fairy Kai said impatiently as she lightly brushed her red horsetail whisk. At this time, the people who had just come from the auction as well as the nearby cultivators all hid far away to watch the show. So that's Fairy Kai. She's as beautiful as a fairy and flirtatious. Keep your voice down. She's the famous Blood Azura. If you anger her, you won't even know what happened to you. Looks like that kid was in the 8th box just now. He actually dared to bid against Blood Azura. He's courting death. Look, the Wei family has also gone over. There's going to be a good show to watch. 2 low-tier 4th-level flaming tigers pulled a golden carriage over to where Ling Xiao and the others were. 2 youths around the age of 25 walked out. Fairy Kai glared at the Wei brothers and said, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The old servant next to the Wei brothers snorted. "Blood Azura, how dare you? Don't tell me that the Wei family is afraid of you?" With that, a powerful aura rose from the old servant and he flew into the air to confront Fairy Kai. This old servant was obviously at the high-level king level, so he wasn't afraid of Fairy Kai at all. Wei Bufan cupped his hands towards Fairy Kai and said, "Welcome, Fairy Kai. I only want the blood essence of the flood dragon. Please give it to me." Fairy Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, the blood essence is yours. I only want the spirit-nourishing grass." Ling Xiao said weakly, "Hey, you guys don't even put me in your eyes. How could you do such an evil thing in broad daylight? Don't tell me you're not afraid of being punished by the heavens?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people roared with laughter. In Nantian City, the strongest fist was the last word. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, didn't kill people in public, and didn't break the order here, the Dong family wouldn't care. Wei Weihu pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Hurry up and give the spirit-nourishing grass to Fairy Kai and then offer up your blood essence. Then I'll spare your dog lives. Otherwise, you're pushing it too far. What you're doing is no different from a thief. I'm beautiful, I'm pure, I'm honest." Ling Xiao spoke as if he had been wronged. His eyes looked as if they were about to burst into tears. When the people around them heard this, they all felt like vomiting. Was this guy really an idiot or just too narcissistic? He actually dared to joke in this kind of situation. Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Fairy Kai couldn't help but shout, "Shut up! I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you. Did you hear that? Hurry up and hand it over, or else I'll turn you into a pig head that everyone loves," Wei Weihu shouted impatiently. Heavens! Heroes, do you have the heart to let them bully a pure and honest youth like me? Is there still justice in this world? Ling Xiao wailed. Xianxia, who was standing to the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Ling Xiao's actions. "You damned fool, forcing me to use force?" Wei Weihu couldn't help but attack. Chapter 371. Third young master, don't be angry. Let this old servant help you deal with him. The old servant who had been fighting against Fairy Kai stood up and stopped Wei Weihu. "No need to trouble, uncle. A brat who's still wet behind the ears isn't worth it for you to do anything." Wei Weihu clenched his fists and revealed a murderous aura. Wei Weihu was a peak intermediate spirit master and a famous cultivation genius in Nantian City. He was brave and battle-hungry, and there were few in the younger generation who could match him. "Third young master, an outsider isn't worth dirtying your hands. I think it's better if I do it," advised the old servant. Ling Xiao suppressed his aura, but the old servant's realm was 2 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. He could naturally see that Ling Xiao's true strength was already at the low king level. Wei Weihu was only an intermediate spirit master, so how could he fight against him? The old servant could crush him with a single hand. Wei Weihu didn't understand the old servant's painstaking efforts and impatiently shouted, "Uncle, get out of the way. This young master hasn't abused anyone in a long time. It's just the right time to use him." The old servant revealed an anxious expression and looked at Wei Bufan for help. Wei Bufan said, "Third brother, come back and let uncle handle this." 3 breaths have passed. The aura of Kai Xianxia, who was standing on top of the 5-colored divine bird, became slightly chaotic. She could not wait any longer. She had to snatch the soul-nourishing grass as soon as possible. She shouted, and the rainbow divine bird flew toward Ling Xiao. Waves of multicolored light blossomed toward Ling Xiao. The multicolored light was resplendent, and the attack was imposing. It was clear that Fairy Kai's killing intent had been aroused. Mother Ker, you really are trying to steal a handsome man. Although this young master is handsome and charismatic, don't be in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry as he used Cloud Phantom to dodge. At this time, the Wei family's old servant also charged toward Ling Xiao. An incomparably sharp palm shadow slapped over with a whooshing sound. Just as the old servant was about to slap Ling Xiao's back, a strong wrist grabbed the old servant's hand and stopped him. The old servant didn't know what was going on, but the sound of bones breaking rang out. The hand he used to slap Ling Xiao was instantly broken, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. You want to make a move against my master? You overestimate yourself. The demon emperor sneered and kicked the old servant's lower abdomen. The old servant was sent flying like a dead dog and fell to the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In an instant, everyone shuddered in fear. Everyone thought that the 3 of them were just soft sieves that could be pinched at will, but now it was the opposite. It was clear who was the fool. The Wei brothers shivered and looked at the old servant who couldn't get up. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Who are you people? How dare you kill someone from my Wei family? Wei Hu gathered his courage and said to the demon emperor. Their Wei clan had a monarch realm expert, so they weren't necessarily afraid of the other party. The demon emperor glanced coldly at the Wei brothers. Those bloodthirsty and gloomy eyes seemed like a devil from the 9th level of hell, and they caused others to shiver in fear. The Wei brothers felt as if they'd been thrown into a cold cellar as soon as they met that gaze, and despair arose from the bottom of their hearts. It was like they could see mountains of bones in hell, and those devils that had fallen into pools of blood and struggled. It was an extremely sinister and terrifying sight. Suddenly, Wei Bufan's eyes lit up, and he instantly recovered his sobriety. He shouted, "External devil, don't disturb my heart." The aura of a half-step monarch realm expert shot into the sky, and the faint image of a dragon and tiger appeared behind him. It was a rather extraordinary sight. After that, he forcefully slapped Wei Hu. "Third brother, wake up." Wei Hu only returned to his senses after being shouted at like this, and his face was still dripping with cold sweat. Too terrifying. He's simply a devil. Wei Hu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The demon emperor couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Wei Bufan. He thought to himself, his temperament isn't bad. He has a good chance of becoming an emperor. On the other side, Fairy Kai hadn't noticed the demon emperor's killing spree. She was still urging the 5-colored divine bird to attack Ling Xiao and seize the spirit-nourishing grass. The demon emperor had long since received a message from Ling Xiao that he didn't need to interfere with his battle. He wanted to properly play with this beautiful Taoist nun. The 5-colored divine bird flapped its wings, and waves of multicolored light shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cried out as he quickly dodged, "Fairy, you can't bully an honest person like me. Hurry up and hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, or else I'll take your life." Fairy Kai's expression gradually turned pale. She was already on the verge of being unable to suppress her injuries. "All right, since you want it, then I'll give it to you." Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air, no longer choosing to dodge. Instead, he directly charged at the man and bird. "You overestimate yourself. Kill him for me." Fairy Kai had already lost her patience. She coldly snorted and commanded the 5-colored divine bird to attack. The 5-colored divine bird let out a cry, and a ray of divine light shot out from its sharp beak. At the same time, it flapped its wings, and 2 wings shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hadn't expected the 5-colored divine bird to be able to surround and attack him. He instantly condensed a blue netherworld protection force and unleashed an earth-shattering attack to block the divine light. The people who were hiding far away looked up at the sky with ease, as if they weren't afraid of being injured at all. Who is that young man? He's actually able to contend against Fairy Kai's mount. No wonder he dared to tease her. That young man looks unfamiliar, so he should be from somewhere else. Just now, that servant of his actually crippled the Wei family's chief servant with a single move. That's a high-level king. That young man's background must be extraordinary. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Wei family won't let this matter rest. Stop arguing and just watch the show. Look at Fairy Kai's slender waist and plump breasts. Being a Taoist nun is really a big loss. Xianxia looked up at the battle in the sky and sighed. This kid's cultivation speed is really godly. After leaving Burning Earth City in a hurry, he's already jumped 2 ranks and become a king. He truly is worthy of being the son of heaven that I can assist. Fairy Kai, your divine bird can't do it. If you don't attack, then I'm going to leave. Ling Xiao had the Netherworld Protection Force condensed from the demon blue flame, so the 5-colored divine bird's divine light didn't cause much damage to him. The 5-colored divine bird understood people's intentions. When it saw that Ling Xiao was looking down on it, all of its ferocity was aroused. It directly gave up on its elemental attack and transformed into a shadow that pecked at Ling Xiao. The 5-colored divine bird's speed wasn't just for show, and it could even compete with an Earth sovereign. This was also Fairy Kai's guarantee of survival when she encountered danger. Ling Xiao was caught off guard and hadn't expected it to be so fast. In an instant, it had pecked at his chest. However, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. Who knew that when the 5-colored divine bird was just half a meter away from Ling Xiao, a scorching blue flame attacked it. Screech! The 5-colored divine bird let out a miserable screech and instantly changed its direction, flying up into the sky. Little Feather, what's wrong? Hurry up and kill him. Fairy Kai hurriedly called out to the 5-colored divine bird. Master, that won't do. His blue flame is too terrifying. As long as you touch it, you'll definitely be burned to ashes, the 5-colored divine bird replied. Useless fellow, let me personally finish him off, Fairy Kai cursed. She jumped off the 5-colored divine bird and charged towards Ling Xiao. Fairy Kai was a high-stage king, and her attack speed was extremely fast. Her attack power could only be described as terrifying. The red horsetail whip in her hands swept out rays of dazzling golden spiritual energy that shot towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiaofeng activated his attribute and dodged Fairy Kai's attack, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. He didn't forget to ridicule her as he turned around and said, Fairy Kai, we're all refined people. Why must we use weapons? Looking at the beautiful Taoist nun in front of him, that mature charm, that flirtatious expression, that full and exquisite figure, all of them created a great temptation for Ling Xiao. Ever since the last time he had enjoyed the pleasures of the human world with Ji Beixin in the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao had not touched a woman for almost half a year. At this moment, the boiling blood in his body was attracted by the beauty in front of him to the point of erupting. Fuck, if this continues, I'll forcefully push you down. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was slightly distracted, Fairy Kai swallowed a spirit-increasing pill. Her speed increased by 2 or 3 times, and she instantly arrived 2 meters in front of Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao recovered, the red horsetail whip in Fairy Kai's hand had already swept out. The red horsetail whip seemed to be able to extend infinitely, and it shot towards Ling Xiao to bind him. Crap! Ling Xiao cried out. He wanted to break free, but he was tightly bound by the red horsetail whip, and his skin began to bleed. My red horsetail whip is refined from thousands of years old golden silk. Even a monarch stage cultivator can't break it. Fairy Kai coldly snorted. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of blood on her face. She looked as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, and she was frighteningly pale. Since you're not willing to hand over the spirit-nourishing grass, then I can only kill you. Fairy Kai's eyes flashed with determination as she spoke. She exerted force in her hand, wanting to fold Ling Xiao into several pieces. Fairy Kai, you're too ruthless. Ling Xiao withdrew his mocking expression, and a blue flame began to spread around his body. The red horsetail whip refined from golden silk was unexpectedly burned, and not even a speck of dust was left. What? How is this possible? Fairy Kai's jade-like mouth was wide open as she cried out in alarm. Nothing is impossible, Ling Xiao said indifferently, and then continued, since you want to kill me if I don't teach you a lesson, how can I face myself? After saying this, an afterimage remained in place, and his real body had already arrived in front of Fairy Kai. So fast! Fairy Kai was moved again. Just as she was about to retreat, the firm area in front of her chest was actually grabbed. So big and soft. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and exclaimed inwardly. His hands even gently pinched it a few times. Shameless pervert! Fairy Kai's body went limp, but she was still able to maintain her rationality. She screamed and fiercely slapped her palm towards Ling Xiao's face. Ah! Ling Xiao was caught off guard and his body was sent flying. The bridge of his nose was in pain from the slap, and the burning sensation caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 streams of red horsetail whip flew out. Pervert, I'll take your dog life in the future. Fairy Kai's entire body swayed slightly. She loudly cursed at the fallen Ling Xiao and quickly flew towards the rainbow divine bird. Finally, the rainbow divine bird carried her and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 372. Not far away, the people who had witnessed the scene had their mouths wide open. Many of the men revealed pained and hateful expressions. Heavens! I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Kai was actually plucked by someone else. If anyone is to be plucked, it should be me, a romantic genius. There's no justice in this world. Damn, how could he do such a thing that goes against the heavens? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Sigh, my heart is broken. I'm heartbroken. The purest and most flawless fairy has been defiled. I'm destined to have trouble sleeping tonight. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you with my eyes. Whether it was Fairy Kai or Blood Azura, there were very few men who could resist her charm. Despite her fierce reputation, there were many people who liked her in secret. These people had always admired Fairy Kai and felt that she was a perfect woman. She was the woman they wanted to punish the most. However, the goddess in their hearts had been taken by someone else in front of their very eyes. How could they not be envious, jealous, and hateful? At the same time, their admiration for Ling Xiao was like a surging river. He had done what they had always wanted to do, but never dared to do. They were even willing to shorten their lifespans by 10 years. Ling Xiao was currently squatting on the ground and covering his nose, looking like he was in great pain. Just now, he had taken liberties with Fairy Kai. Although it was intentional, after taking her, he was attracted by that wonderful feeling, causing him to give up on defending himself. His face was ruthlessly slapped by a palm, and the bridge of his nose was almost broken. Xianxia walked up from behind and chuckled. I was right, wasn't I? This is your peach blossom tribulation, and it won't end so soon. Get the hell away from me. This is peach blossom luck, not peach blossom tribulation. Can't you see that they're all envious of me? Really, Ling Xiao said unhappily as he bounced up, but in his heart, he was somewhat convinced by this swindler. It's just a small calamity. In the end, the one who picked up Ping Yi was still you. If it were me, I would also be willing to take that blow. Xianxia waved his white paper fan and laughed. At this time, the demon emperor walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed slightly. He then pointed at the Wei brothers and asked, Master, what should we do with them? Only then did Ling Xiao remember that someone had tried to rob him just now. He was instantly enraged. It's fine if a fairy wants to rob me, but you 2 stinky eggs and rotten sweet potatoes also dare to rob me? You really are tired of living. Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves, looking like a hoodlum as he cursed the Wei brothers. When had Wei who ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He immediately shouted, Damn you, you dare to curse us? Do you know that we are from the Wei family? If you know what's good for you, then quickly let us leave. Otherwise, yo, who do you think the Wei family is? Even the heavenly emperor wouldn't dare to steal my things, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then walked closer to Wei Weihu and said, "Not only will I curse you today, but I'll also teach you a lesson." After saying that, he quickly raised his palm and viciously slapped it against Wei Weihu's face. Pow! The heavy slap was extremely ear-piercing. Wei Weihu was slapped a few meters away, and a few of his canine teeth fell out. "I'll kill you!" Wei Weihu looked at the teeth that had fallen out in his hand, and a wave of fury rose within him. He was the Grand Wei family's third young master, and he had always been able to do whatever he wanted in Nantian City. He hadn't expected to be slapped in front of everyone today. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Wei Weihu was like a beast that had lost its mind. He pulled out the two broad axes on his back and chopped at Ling Xiao. However, before he could chop down on Ling Xiao, his big brother Wei Bufan had already blocked his path. "Third brother, don't be rash." Then, Wei Bufan turned around and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Brother, as the saying goes, it's better not to make enemies. Just now, it was indeed our fault. I apologize to you here, and we'll let this matter go. How about it?" "Ha, what a joke. Just now, you guys kept saying that you wanted to take care of me and steal my essence blood. Now that you're weak, you want to just apologize to me? There's no such thing as that in this world." Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao didn't think of himself as someone who wanted to cause trouble, but trouble kept finding him. If he let it go just like that, people would think that he was afraid. He wasn't that easy to talk to. As the saying goes, a good horse is ridden, and a good man is bullied. This enmity had already been formed, so why not be a bit more forceful? Even an Earth sovereign wouldn't necessarily be able to make him give in. One should always leave a way out. Moreover, we're from the Wei family. A gloomy expression flashed through Wei Bufan's eyes. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Ling Xiao attacked. Bang! Wei Bufan also fell to the ground with a swift jerk. He was only a half-step king, and he didn't know how Ling Xiao had attacked. Even if he had sensed it, he wouldn't have been able to escape his fate of being whipped. "Don't keep bringing up your family's name. Even if your family's adults were here, I'd still whip you two bastards," said Ling Xiao with extreme disdain. Right now, he wanted to vent the anger he felt from Fairy Kai's slap. "You're going too far." Wei Weihu shouted, and his axes chopped down at Ling Xiao. "Why didn't you say that when you bullied others?" Ling Xiao sneered, and a tyrannical pressure spread out. Blue divine light flickered around him. Wei Weihu hadn't even reached Longchen when he was sent flying by the powerful pressure. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "What do you want in order to let us go?" Wei Bufan had already recognized the truth. He calmed down and spoke to Ling Xiao. His tone had already softened. As the eldest son of the Wei family and the future successor, his character wasn't like an ordinary hedonistic son. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of phlegm before continuing, "Take out the spirit weapon. Since you want to rob me, you should be prepared to be robbed instead. This young man is too awesome. He's actually robbing people from the Wei family in Nantian City. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. The old man next to him might be a monarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless." "So what if he's a monarch? The Wei family has 3 monarchs, and the Wei family's old patriarch seems to be a mid-stage monarch. Apart from a few people from the Dong family, no one can match him." Wei Bufan's expression was extremely unsightly. He had spent more than 1,000,000 low-grade mysterious crystals to buy his spirit sword. If he really handed it over, it would be a great loss. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over the spirit weapon. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy," Ling Xiao said with his arms crossed. Hearing this, the Wei brothers really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. These words seemed to be what they and Fairy Kai had just said, but now they had been sent back untouched. "Big brother, don't give it to him. The elders of the family should know about this. They'll rush over to deal with him," Wei Weihu said to Wei Bufan. Wei Bufan's expression darkened, and he cursed in his heart, "What a brainless pig." If Wei Weihu hadn't said this, perhaps he would have tried to stall for time. But now that he had said this, it was clearly a reminder to the other side. In this way, The other side definitely wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with them and would directly rob them. Wei Bufan had already seen Ling Zhao's expression become gloomy. He quickly took out the brilliant radiant sword and threw it at Ling Zhao. "Let's go!" Wei Bufan pulled Wei Weihu up, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. The surrounding people were all shocked by this scene. The dignified Wei family's first and third young masters had actually suffered such a huge setback in their own territory. This was simply the first time in history that this had happened. However, they all knew that the Wei brothers definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. "Let's go quickly. The Wei family has 3 emperors, and the Wei family's old patriarch is a mid-stage emperor. If they want to deal with us, they only need one hand," Xianxia reminded Ling Xiao, who was playing with the spirit sword. Ling Xiao put away the spirit sword, nodded at him, and prepared to leave Nantian City. Suddenly, the demon emperor said, "We can't leave." Ling Xiao and Xianxia both tensed up. Among the crowd, a skinny old man slowly walked out with the support of a beautiful woman. The old man wore a black robe and didn't have any energy fluctuations. He was as inconspicuous as an ordinary person. The only thing that caught people's attention was the 5 dazzling stars on the right side of his chest. The woman beside him was 18 years old, the prime of her youth. Her purple hair fluttered freely in the wind, and her delicate face and neck were pink. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. She was slender and elegant, and a divine light surged around her. The girl was fiercely glaring at Ling Xiao, as if she had a deep hatred for him. Ling Xiao was inexplicably puzzled by the girl's hostility, and he muttered to himself, "I don't think I've taken advantage of her. That looks like the Cuban Grandmaster and Miss Dongqi? No, it's clearly them. I didn't expect the Cuban Grandmaster to appear here. He's my idol. Isn't it said that the Cuban Grandmaster is elusive? Why is he here today? Don't tell me it's for these 3 people? They're probably here to avenge the Wei brothers. They said that the Wei family wants to unite with the Dong family through marriage. Be careful, that old man is at the peak of the monarch realm." The demon emperor transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't sensed the old man's aura, and he already knew that his strength was extraordinary. He hadn't expected him to be so terrifying. Don't be afraid, this old man has no ill intentions." The old man arrived 2 meters away from Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao took a step forward and cupped his hands to the old man. "What business does Senior have?" Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent in the face of such a powerful figure. The old man sized up Ling Xiao and smiled. "Little brother's strength isn't bad. You're already at the monarch realm at such a young age." Ling Xiao was a bit confused by the old man's praise, but he still replied modestly, "Senior is too kind." The girl beside the old man pouted, and her beautiful eyes revealed a cold glint. She snorted, "Pretentious little pervert. Little 7, don't be rude." The old man scolded before turning back to Ling Xiao. "Little brother, this old man has a favor to ask of you, but I don't know if little brother can agree to it." "Senior, please speak," Ling Xiao replied, but in his heart, he cursed, "Does this old man want to rob me too? This old man wants to exchange pointers with you." The old man raised his eyes and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Ling Xiao's reply before making the first move. Chapter 373. Who would have thought that the old man would suddenly attack? This was no different from a sneak attack. However, the old man had a sense of propriety. He didn't attack too quickly, just enough to give Ling Xiao enough time to react. 2 balls of green flames rose from his palms. The flames morphed into 2 green wolves that lunged at Ling Xiao, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think. He sent out a series of firmament palms, the blue flames enveloping his hands as he slapped them at the wolves. Ling Xiao had originally thought that the wolves would definitely dissipate the moment they met the blue flames, but this time it was completely out of his expectations. The 2 green wolves were weakened by the slap, but they didn't immediately dissipate. The green fire was still burning with a sizzling sound. The old man smiled slightly and made a few pulling motions with his old hands. The remaining green flames actually avoided the blue flames and continued to burn towards Ling Xiao's face. "Fuck, are you trying to ruin my face?" Ling Xiao was greatly alarmed. A powerful aura burst forth from his body as the blue flames instantly formed a protective barrier around his face. The green flames collided with the blue flames. Although they were devoured by the blue flames, Ling Xiao was still forced back a few steps. "Since Senior wants to play with fire, then I'll play with Senior." Ling Xiao knew that the old man didn't seem to have any killing intent, so he boldly called out. Following that, he flipped his palms and the blue flames began to dance like fairies before finally condensing into the shape of a wolf. This was a blue wind wolf, just like his mount, but the color was slightly different. The blue wind wolf wasn't very large, but it was very realistic and gave off a ferocious aura. "Go!" Ling Xiao said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the blue wind wolf pounced at the old man. "Come at me!" The old man revealed an excited expression as he continuously waved his palms. The green flames condensed into a huge python that tore at the blue wind wolf. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as his hands constantly changed. The blue wind wolf seemed to be under his control as it tore at the python. The old man wasn't willing to be outdone either. His palms also changed unpredictably, and the python seemed to have a mind of its own. It didn't attack the blue wind wolf directly, only moving around and occasionally whipping its tail at the wolf. Ling Xiao hadn't expected the old man's control of fire to be so strong. His blue wind wolf hadn't been able to touch much of the green python, nor had it been able to devour it. Instead, it had been slowly whittled away by the old man. "Another one. Let's see how you deal with it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Blue flames surged from his other hand, once again forming a blue wind wolf. Under his control, the two blue wind wolves' pincer attacked the green python from the left and right, trying to tear it apart. The old man didn't bat an eyelid as he single-handedly controlled the python to escape through the cracks. "You have 2 wind wolves and I have 4 snakes. Let's see if your wolves or my snakes are stronger." The old man laughed excitedly. With a push of his hand, the python split into 4 and began to fight 2 against 1. An old man and a young man fighting with fire caused the spectators to sigh in amazement. The Cuban Grandmaster's control of fire is truly unfathomable and exquisite. The Cuban Grandmaster is a 5th-rank alchemist, so of course he's skilled at controlling fire. Just who is that young man to be able to play with fire against the Cuban Grandmaster? Unbelievable! Can't you see that the Cuban Grandmaster isn't using his full strength? Maybe he just wants to test that young man. Isn't the Cuban Grandmaster taking revenge for the Wei family? Xianxia waved his white paper fan casually as he said, "An alchemist's spar is truly entertaining." The Demon Emperor was silent as he stared at the old man and Ling Xiao. On the other side, Dong Qinchin was still glaring at Ling Xiao in disgust, as if she couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be burned alive. Inside the arena, the blue wind wolf was relying on its heavenly fire to fight 1 against 2, but it still wasn't defeated. However, its aura was much lower than before. Beads of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Controlling fire like this wasn't any easier than refining pills. In fact, it was even more taxing. "Little brother, if you don't put in more effort, I'm going to eat those 2 wolves of yours." The old man had one hand behind his back as he controlled 4 pythons with the other. He didn't look tired at all, and it seemed like he still had plenty of energy left in him. "If you want to eat my wolves, then you'll have to pay the price." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as his palms flew out. The 2 blue wind wolves let out long howls and mournful howls as they charged at the 4 cyan pythons. Just as the pythons were about to slip away, the blue wind wolf disintegrated. Rumble! The blue wind wolf self-destructed, taking the pythons down with it. The old man froze for a moment, then laughed. "Good. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve, but this isn't the end." After the old man finished laughing, he stretched out his other free hand and formed different hand seals with both palms. Then, green phoenixes flashed around him one after another. Finally, 6 azure phoenixes were formed. The azure phoenixes cried out together, their voices loud and clear. The phoenixes spread their wings, and the 6 phoenixes flew out together. The people on the side of the official road all scattered far away because the fire was too big and the temperature was frighteningly high. You have the blue phoenix, and I have the blue dragon. Ling Xiao shouted. He didn't want to be outdone. 3 dragon-like blue shadows soared into the sky. These are clearly little earthworms. What bullshit blue dragons? How can they contend against my azure phoenixes? The old man couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao's 3 dragon centipedes. We'll know after we try, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. With a wave of his hands, the 3 dragon centipedes flew out. Azure phoenixes danced, and the dragon centipedes surged. A beautiful scene of dragons and phoenixes appeared above the 2 of them, causing the surrounding people to exclaim in admiration. The 6 azure phoenixes spread their feathers and shot toward the dragon centipedes. Feathers filled the sky, like 1,000 women scattering flowers, catching the dragon centipedes off guard. After a round of attacks, the 3 dragon centipedes had been weakened by a third. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He continued to replenish his spiritual energy, allowing the dragon centipedes to recover. Only defending and not attacking wasn't Ling Xiao's style. The recovered dragon centipede charged forward, its huge body sweeping out, using its powerful body to collide with the azure phoenix. The azure phoenix's defense was slightly weaker, and its wings were instantly broken by the collision. Good kid, you actually know how to use your advantage. But let's see how long you can last. The more the old man played, the more excited he became. Azure flames swam around his palms, and the azure phoenix seemed to have been reborn from the flames. The 6 phoenixes flew wildly, their sharp beaks pecking and biting, looking like they were about to go all out. The dragon centipedes were also full of energy, and its huge body flipped and swept out, wanting to fight to the death with the 6 phoenixes. I'll give you 2 more. Watch as I exhaust these 3 little earthworms. The old man actually still had enough energy left, and he summoned 2 more azure phoenixes to join the fray. The 3 dragon centipedes immediately fell into a dire situation. Ling Xiao was still bitterly clenching his teeth as he cursed inwardly, "What kind of flame is this, old fellows? It can actually resist the might of heavenly flames. If this continues, I'll really lose." Little brother, hurry up. This old man hasn't had enough yet. The old man laughed. Damnable old fogey, he's still so proud of himself for bullying the young. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly, and he once more circulated his spiritual energy to support the 3 dragon centipedes. You're really stubborn. Just watch as I finish you off, the old man sighed, his hands moving in a dazzling manner. The 8 azure phoenixes in the sky spread out, surrounding the 3 dragon centipedes. They let out loud cries, and countless feathers rained down on the 3 dragon centipedes like a storm. The 3 dragon centipedes were like trapped beasts, and they could only wait to be slaughtered. Their earthworms were riddled with holes, and their bodies gradually scattered. It looks like it's going to end soon. Grandmaster Guba really is powerful. Just this move alone is enough to instantly kill all King Realm experts. Even Earth Emperors wouldn't dare to face it head-on. That young man isn't bad either. He's actually lasted this long. That's really commendable. That's right. Even an ordinary 4th-rank alchemist wouldn't be able to last as long as he did. He's still so young, and he has such powerful fire control skills. Perhaps he'll be very tenbin when it comes to alchemy. If he changes his profession and becomes an alchemist, he might even become a 4th or 5th-rank alchemist in less than 100 years. Looking at the crippled dragon centipedes in the sky, Ling Xiao muttered to himself, "Did I really lose just like that? I can't accept this. I have the help of heavenly fire, so how can I lose?" Ling Xiao was extremely unwilling to accept this, and an unyielding will filled his entire body. The demon blue fire bead in his sea of knowledge seemed to sense Ling Xiao's call, and it began to emit waves of blue flames that flowed out of his sea of knowledge. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt his entire body fill with a comfortable feeling. All of the spiritual energy he had just consumed had been replenished, and there was even a powerful burst of energy within him. "Little brother, you've lost," the old man said indifferently. The 3 dragon centipedes in the sky dissipated, but his 8 azure phoenixes were still soaring. Is that so? Then take a look at this. Ling Xiao chuckled and flipped his hands again. Hand seals after hand seals merged together, and a mighty blue spirit beast suddenly appeared. This spirit beast wasn't very large, but it was very mighty. It had a dragon's head, antlers, a lion's body, a ponytail. This was a blue divine beast, the Qilin. This little thing seems a little interesting, the old man said in surprise. Go on, you wastrel. Destroy them all for me, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he looked at the blue Qilin with a gentle gaze. The Qilin seemed to understand people's intentions, and it slowly soared into the sky. It glanced disdainfully at the 8 azure phoenixes, and its expression revealed a strong sense of disdain. The 8 azure phoenixes were slightly dazed, seemingly awed by the Qilin's charm. Good fellow, it actually transformed into a spirit. This will be even more fun. The old man praised inwardly. His gaze fell on the Qilin, and his old eyes revealed a serious look of joy. Roar! The Qilin roared, and the azure phoenixes trembled. Chapter 374. Not far from the entrance of the Dong family's auction house in Nantian City, everyone's attention was focused on the blue and azure flame phantoms that were entangled in midair. From time to time, they would let out exclamations of surprise. In midair, a small blue Qilin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards the 8 azure phoenixes. The azure phoenixes were unwilling to be outdone, and they let out a series of screeches as they continuously shot out their feathers. However, the blue Qilin wasn't blasted apart by the feathers like the 3 centipedes had been. When the feathers hit its body, they immediately disappeared. They didn't cause any damage to it at all. In the next moment, the blue Qilin arrived in front of one of the azure phoenixes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the phoenix's neck. The azure phoenix was unable to resist at all, and its neck was snapped by the blue Qilin, causing it to disappear from the world. In just one round, the blue phoenix was easily annihilated. The blue Qilin didn't stop, and it turned into a series of extremely fast shadows that pounced towards another azure phoenix. That azure phoenix didn't dare to fight the blue Qilin head-on, and it wanted to dodge the attack first. However, the blue Qilin was as fast as lightning, and the azure phoenix didn't even retreat a few meters before it immediately followed in the footsteps of the azure phoenix in front of it. The remaining azure phoenix continued to shoot out waves of feathers with all its might, but unfortunately, it couldn't do any damage to the blue Qilin. Wow, this Qilin's defense is even fiercer. It suffered such a fierce attack, but it didn't take any damage. Look at that young man. He was clearly exhausted just now, but now he's full of energy, as if he's taken the acacia powder. That kid really is strange. No wonder Grandmaster Gu wanted to provoke him. His blue flames. Could they be the legendary heavenly flames? That's impossible. Heavenly flames are extremely rare, and there are only a dozen or so recorded in the world. Even if this young man has some strength, he doesn't have the strength to subdue it. Even an Earth Sovereign stage cultivator would retreat if they saw it, let alone him. That's reasonable. Of the 8 azure phoenixes, 3 were gone in just a short period of time, and the old man was so angry that he started shouting. What a ferocious little fellow! The old man exclaimed, and then shouted, 5 phoenixes unite. As soon as his voice fell, the 5 blue phoenixes let out a shrill cry, and all of them converged towards a single location. The blue Qilin did not stop them. It stared coldly at the 5 of them, as if it did not care about them at all. The azure phoenix became one, and the flames surged. A huge azure phoenix instantly covered half the sky. The cry of the phoenix was loud, and the green flames were like a sea. Little brother, let's see if your Qilin or my azure phoenix is stronger, cried the elder. His palm began to flicker, and the azure phoenix in the sky spread its wings. Swoosh! The azure phoenix spread its wings. The tips of its wings were like blades as it slashed towards the head of the blue Qilin. This time, the blue Qilin did not allow the blue phoenix to attack it. Instead, it chose to dodge it cleverly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he controlled the blue Qilin. His eyes were filled with cunning. When the blue phoenix saw the blue qilin choose to dodge, it thought it was afraid. It let out a shrill cry and chased after the blue qilin. The pair of phoenix wings continued to stab forward, leaving a dazzling azure glow in the air. The blue qilin seemed to be truly afraid. It just kept dodging and did not counterattack. The blue phoenix, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as it fought. Oh, hurry up and admit defeat. Your qilin is no good. The old man laughed like a child. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He continued to control the blue qilin to escape. The old man didn't notice that the blue qilin and blue phoenix were slowly descending from the sky. Every time the blue phoenix was about to hit the blue qilin would slip away like mud. The old man was very displeased. Why is this little thing so slippery? Watch me capture you. The old man then formed a series of hand seals. The blue phoenix's speed almost doubled under his control. Break for me, the old man shouted. Under his control, the blue phoenix turned into a bolt of lightning and dived toward the blue qilin. The blue qilin also sped up and flew toward the ground. Let's see where you can run to. The old man was determined to destroy the blue qilin. He once again urged his spiritual power to speed up the blue phoenix. Seeing that the blue qilin was about to catch up to the blue qilin, the old man became even more excited. Suddenly, the blue qilin, which was about to land on the ground, rushed toward the old man. Its speed was frightening. No one would have thought that its target was the old man. The old man had been excited about his victory. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so cunning. He had used the blue qilin to appear timid and avoid the blue phoenix's attacks. This made people think that the blue qilin had been forced to land by the blue phoenix. What he did not know was that this was Ling Xiao's plan to lure the blue qilin. The blue qilin opened its huge mouth and bit toward the old man. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the blue qilin was targeting the old man? Grandpa Gu, watch out! Dong Qin, who was next to the old man, was so scared that her face turned pale. Bang! The blue qilin turned into a sea of fire that instantly drowned the old man and the young girl. The blue phoenix behind the blue qilin lost its control and also turned into blue flames that dissipated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. Grandmaster Gu! Grandmaster Gu! Is he finished just like that? I don't think so. How could a mere flame hurt Grandmaster Gu? That's true. But that flame was really powerful. I'm afraid that even a high-level king stage cultivator would have died on the spot. That's right. This young man's strength is really terrifying. There is no one in the younger generation of Nantian City who is his match. The place where the blue qilin had been burning had turned into a deep pit that was dozens of meters wide. Thick smoke rose from the pit, causing the people around to cough. That old man can't be dead, right? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the soil that was still being burned by the blue flames. He didn't think that his attack would cause such great damage. Even an ordinary Earth King stage cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Behind him, Xianxia and the Demon Emperor were both shocked. Too strong. Xianxia swallowed and said. The Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange look. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn, you brat, you want to bury me? How dare you play such a sinister trick? You're too despicable. The old man cursed in the air. The old man pulled Dong Qin and flew into the air, dodging the attack. However, he seemed to be in a sorry state. More than half of his black robe had been burned off, and a large portion of his beard and eyebrows were missing. His hair was also extremely messy. Seniority, are you okay? Ling Xiao asked with some embarrassment. In fact, the old man didn't have any intention of killing him from the beginning. He just wanted to spar with him in controlling fire, so he naturally didn't want to kill the old man. He had already guessed that the old man was a high-level alchemist, otherwise he wouldn't be so skilled in controlling fire. The old man landed on the ground with Dong Qin and stroked his beard. His face turned green as he said, "You brat, you don't know how to respect your elders at all. You actually burned this old man's beard. How despicable!" Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "About that, it was just a moment of carelessness." "A moment of carelessness? I'm really sorry, senior." If it wasn't for my grandpa Gu being a little more powerful, we would have all been buried in the sea of fire. Don't even think about leaving Nantian City today. Dong Qianxin supported the old man and shouted at Ling Xiao. In fact, with the old man's ability, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to dodge Ling Xiao's attack without being injured. However, Dong Qianxin hadn't been far from the old man. The old man had only been touched by the blue demon flames when he tried to save her. Fortunately, the old man's strength was extraordinary and he could use his spiritual energy to shake off the blue flames. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death by the all-burning heavenly flames. Therefore, Dong Qianxin was extremely angry at Ling Xiao and threatened that she wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. "Xiao Qi, don't throw a tantrum like a child. Just now, grandfather was indeed careless and was tricked by this brat. In this spar, grandfather lost, so you can't blame me. Furthermore, grandfather had the advantage of bullying the young." The old man pulled Dong Qianxin aside as he spoke. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Consider this old man's loss." Master Guba admitted defeat? That's unbelievable. It's true that Master Guba lost. That young man won through trickery, but he did win. After all, this kind of spar doesn't necessarily have to be won with strength. Sometimes, it's easier to win with brains. Master Guba is really broad-minded. Not everyone can be as straightforward as he is. That young man is also not bad. He actually won against Master Guba. He's really promising. Ling Xiao didn't think that the old man would be so forthright. He didn't get angry out of humiliation, and he immediately felt a sense of respect for the old man. "Thank you for not arguing with me, senior. I only won through trickery. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for senior," Ling Xiao replied humbly. "But, kid, you have some manners. Let's forget about today's matter." The old man looked at Ling Xiao with satisfaction. "Thank you, senior." Ling Xiao thanked him again and turned to leave with Xianxia and the Demon Emperor. "Grandpa, how can you let this pervert off like this?" Dong Qianxin stamped her feet. I don't want to let this kid go either. If you can make him stay, Grandpa will be very happy." The old man stroked his burnt beard. "All right, I'll make him stay for Grandpa." Dong Qianxin actually took it seriously and wanted to chase after Ling Xiao. However, before she could do anything, two figures flew over. They were extremely fast and instantly appeared above Ling Xiao's group. "Who dares to kill people from my Wei family?" A thunderous voice rang out. Chapter 375. Up in the sky, two 300-year-old old men exuded a strong aura, suppressing the audience to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. These two old men were the Wei family's two supreme elders, both of whom were low-level earthly sovereign realm experts. One of the old men was holding a young man in his hand. That young man was Wei Weihu, who had just been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. Wei Weihu glanced at Ling Xiao, who hadn't left yet, and immediately exclaimed to the old man who was pulling him, "Third great-grandpa, it's that little bastard down there. Not only did he injure me and my big brother, but he also stole the brilliant spirit sword that was just auctioned. His servants even killed my uncle. Good, very good. He's so arrogant. I'll skin him alive and hang his head outside the city gate as a sign of filial piety. Let's see who dares to look down on our Wei family in the future." The old man's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Just as the old man was about to make a move, an unhappy voice rang out. "Second Elder Wei, Third Elder Wei, you've got some guts. How dare you shit on my head?" The two elders of the Wei family had ugly expressions when they heard this. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to speak to them in such a tone. "Who ate a bear's heart?" The old man was about to curse, but when he saw the person who had spoken, his expression became sluggish. Then, he revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face and slowly descended. The other old man also noticed that person, and his expression also became funny. He hurriedly descended like the other old man. "We didn't know Grandmaster Gu was here. We brothers were impolite. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Gu." The old man who had spoken earlier respectfully said to the old man who had sparred with Ling Xiao. The old man who had sparred with Ling Xiao was Nantian City's 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Ba. He was also the Dong family's chief consecrator and the sworn brother of the Dong family's patriarch. Although the Wei family was the number 2 family in Nantian City, compared to the Dong family, they were like a tiger and a mouse. They weren't on the same level. Gu Ba's identity forced them to carefully curry favor with him. In Nantian City, Cuba's influence was terrifying. As long as he said the word, the Wei family would definitely disappear from Nantian City in less than a day. Your Wei family is so arrogant. You want to rob others, but you won't allow others to rob you back. Do you think the Wei family has the final say in Nantian City? Gu Ba said calmly. Although his tone was not heavy, it revealed a strong sense of authority. Compared to when he was sparring with Ling Xiao, he was like a completely different person. When the 2 Wei family elders heard this, their bodies trembled. Grandmaster Gu, your words are too serious. We only wanted to seek justice for our juniors. They killed people from our Wei family and taught 2 of our children a lesson. We accept that. But they actually stole the spirit sword that we had just obtained from the auction. This is clearly looking down on our Wei family. We definitely didn't mean to disrespect Grand Master Gu or the Dong family. Second Elder Wei took a step forward and explained to Gu Ba in a low voice. It sounds like you're in the right? Gu Ba retorted. We wouldn't dare. We just wanted to take back the spirit sword. Second Elder Wei lowered his head. Yes, Grand Master Gu. We'll take back the spirit sword and leave. We won't be in your way, Third Elder Wei said. Get lost. Do you still have any sense of shame? Your junior tried to steal someone else's item, but that person stole it instead, and you still have the cheek to ask for it back? You really are shameless. Unless you juniors can use your own power to take it back, I'll definitely protect this brat. Or perhaps you can spar with me. If you 2 brothers can beat me, then I'll have him return the spirit sword to you, cursed Gu Ba in an extremely displeased manner. Hearing this, the 2 Wei family elders' expressions became extremely awkward. Hurry up and get lost. Do you really want to spar with me? Gu Ba rolled up his sleeves as if he was about to attack. The 2 Wei family elders were so frightened that they retreated. Then, they hurriedly pulled Wei Weihu away. No one had expected Gu Ba to protect Ling Xiao, nor had they expected the 2 Wei family elders to be scared off by Gu Ba. Everyone felt even more respect for Gu Ba's magnanimity and strength. Ling Xiao once again stepped forward and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior, for helping me out. How are you going to thank me? Gu Ba's expression changed and he laughed. Ling Xiao hadn't expected Gu Ba to take his words seriously. He hesitated for a moment before saying, if senior has any orders, I won't dare to disobey. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Gu Ba, and he believed that the old man wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Really? Gu Ba asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded with certainty. Then can you lend me your heavenly flame? Gu Ba quietly asked. Ling Xiao's expression froze. He hadn't expected Gu Ba to make such a request. Not many people knew that he possessed heavenly flame, but Gu Ba had already recognized it. Heavenly flame was a treasure to any fire attribute martial artist, and it was even more alluring to alchemists. Ling Xiao was already afraid that Gu Ba would use this opportunity to silence him and take his heavenly flame. All right, kid, I was just trying to scare you, Gu Ba laughed. Are you an alchemist? Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, senior. Judging from your control of fire, I believe you've reached the 3rd rank, right? Gu Ba asked. Ling Xiao hesitated. I really can't hide anything from you, senior. Good. It's rare to reach this level at such a young age, Gu Ba praised with satisfaction. How about I take you as my disciple? Boom. Gu Ba's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's mind. Who is Gu Ba? He was a 5th-rank alchemist, one of the few high-rank alchemists in both the Northwest and Southern Wasteland. His strength was also unfathomable, and his status in Nantian City was unreachable. Many young talents wanted to be his disciple, and many famous people wanted to pursue him. However, Gu Ba had always ignored him. No one had ever heard of him taking in disciples or followers. But today, he had personally told a young stranger in front of everyone in the hall that he wanted to take him as his disciple. This was simply unbelievable to them. At the same time, they were extremely envious of Ling Xiao. They all secretly exclaimed in their hearts, "This kid is really lucky to be able to get Master Gu's favor." If it were any of them, they would have knelt down and kowtowed to him without a second thought. However, Ling Xiao looked troubled. "What? Are you looking down on me?" "I'm a 5th-rank alchemist," Gu Ba said with some displeasure. "I wouldn't dare, senior," Ling Xiao said while waving his hands. "So you already have a master?" Gu Ba asked. "That's right. Please forgive me, senior," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba more than anything else, but he'd never thought the old man would want to take him in as a disciple. He was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Still, he thought to himself confidently, too bad you're only a 5th-rank alchemist. If you were an 8th-rank or 9th-rank alchemist, I might have considered it. If anyone else heard what he said, they would probably think he was an idiot. Do you really think alchemists are like cabbages in the market that you can just grab by the handful? Only 8th-rank or 9th-rank alchemists have a master. You really don't know what you're talking about. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Gu Ba was disappointed to hear Ling Xiao's reply. He hadn't had a single disciple in all these years, and it was rare for him to meet such a talented young man. He'd thought he could pass on his mantle, but it turned out that he already had a master. He didn't feel good about it. Ling Xiao didn't feel good either as he watched Gu Ba walk away dejectedly. What a blind pervert! Dong Qinchin glared at Ling Xiao as she supported Gu Ba. Her eyes were filled with indescribable anger. What's wrong with this girl? I've never taken advantage of you before, but you keep calling me a pervert. Be careful or I'll really show you, Ling Xiao muttered inwardly. Then he thought to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I would have tricked that old man. I really don't want to see him sad. What an adorable old man, Xianxia sighed as he walked up to them. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, then turned around and said, "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long." Ling Xiao and the other two immediately turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Nantian City's Wei family. The two grand elders of the Wei family had returned to the family in a bad mood. The two of them arrived in front of an elder who looked even younger than them. This person was the Wei family's old patriarch and their elder brother. He was a mid-stage Earth Emperor. Third Wei slammed the table and sighed, "Sigh, what a shame." Eldest Wei asked indifferently, "You didn't get it done?" "Don't mention it. It would have been a piece of cake to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect that old man Gu Ba to speak up for him and protect him. How infuriating." Third Wei said angrily. "Is that so? Is that kid from the Dong family?" Eldest Wei asked in astonishment. Second Wei shook his head and said, "I don't think so. That kid, Zhu Xiaohu, said that they've just arrived from another city. They don't look familiar, and that kid even sparred with Gu Ba before we got there." "What? That kid sparred with Gu Ba?" Eldest Wei asked in shock. "You've misunderstood, eldest brother. They were just sparring in terms of controlling fire, and that kid actually won. He even burned half of Gu Ba's eyebrows and beard," Second Wei said. "If that's the case, then that old man Gu Ba shouldn't be protecting that kid, right?" Eldest Wei guessed. Alchemists all have strange personalities. Who knows if that old man Gu Ba was burned silly?" Third Wei said sarcastically. "Since that kid is protected by Gu Ba, let's not touch him for now." Eldest Wei said, "How can we do that? That little bastard killed Xiao Tang and stole the spirit sword we just bought. How can we let him go so easily?" Third Wei said anxiously. "Then do you think we can challenge Gu Ba?" Eldest Wei asked. Third Wei didn't know how to refute. Send someone to keep an eye on their whereabouts. Kill them without mercy the moment they leave Nantian City. Eldest Wei said with strong killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 376. Nantian City was the border between the northwest and the southern wasteland. It could be said that to the west of Nantian City was the northwest, and to the south was the southern wasteland. However, there was a famous river between Nantian City and the southern wasteland, the Longtao River. The Longtao River spanned tens of thousands of miles between the northwest and the southern wasteland. The river surged and roared like a giant dragon. On both sides of the river, there were strange cliffs, dangerous mountains, lush green trees, and the cries of spirit beasts. It was like a natural water painting on paper. In front of the pier were a few boats that traveled between the northwest and the southern wasteland. From time to time, the boatmen leaned against the bow and sang loudly. The wild songs echoed in the gorge, creating a unique charm. There were forces controlling both the upper and lower reaches of the Longtao River. The upper reaches were the territory of the Great River Sect, and the lower reaches were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Both sects were ranked 9th-rank sects in the northwest. The Great River Sect was ranked 18th, and the Dragon Sea Pavilion was ranked 19th. Their strength was about the same. The two sects had been fighting openly and secretly for the supremacy of the Longtao River. After Ling Xiao and the other two left the auction, they didn't dare to stay and immediately ran toward the Longtao River. They found a few stalkers, but the Demon Emperor killed them without a sound. "Boatman, are you still going to cross the river?" Ling Xiao asked a boatman. The auction took half a day, and they had tangled with Fairy Kai, the Wei brothers, and Guba. It was already evening. Now, most of the boatmen were packing up their hooks and chains, and seemed to be planning to rest. An old boatman wiped the sweat off his face and said, "I'm sorry, but we've already made 2 trips today. It's late now, and there are sea ghosts in the river. It's not good to go out." "Master, why bother? We can just fly over." The Demon Emperor didn't understand why Ling Xiao wanted to take a boat. The Longtao River is controlled by 2 major sections. "If we fly over their territory, I'm afraid we'll attract unnecessary trouble," Ling Xiao replied. Then he took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to the old boatman. "Boatman, is this bag of gold coins enough to buy your boat?" The boatman looked at the big bag of gold in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes sparkled. He nodded and said, "Enough, I can buy both of them." "All right, that's good. We'll buy this ship. You can go now." Ling Xiao nodded and stuffed the coin into Bo Fu's hand. The boatman was overjoyed. He repeatedly thanked Ling Xiao and quickly left with the gold coins in his arms. "Let's go. We'll cross the river ourselves," Ling Xiao said to the Demon Emperor and Xianxia. The 3 of them entered the cabin, and the poor Demon Emperor was arranged to be a boatman by Ling Xiao. Thinking about how he was once an ambitious and ruthless person who had shaken the entire continent, yet he had actually fallen to such a state, he really had the urge to cry. Although the Demon Emperor hadn't recovered to his peak strength, he was still at the Earth's sovereign realm. Using spiritual qi to move the boat was a piece of cake for him. The boat shot out like an arrow. This scene caused the nearby boatmen to be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The Dragon Wave River was very wide, and a round trip would normally take half a day. For the Demon Emperor, it would take him less than an hour to arrive. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He ordered the Demon Emperor to sail the boat to the center of the river. He needed to refine the flood dragon blood essence here. The night was hazy, and the beautiful moon hung high in the sky. The scenery of the river was very pleasant. A small boat floated across the river, swaying with the current. It was quite a relaxing scene. Xianxia stood at the bow of the boat, gently waving his white paper fan. He softly chanted, "A lonely night on the cold water. Gazing at the moon in the distant sky, 100 worries in my heart. The river wind blows them away." His voice reverberated through the river, carrying a hint of melancholy. No one knew what Xianxia was thinking about. The Demon Emperor at the stern of the boat stared at Xianxia with an indescribable hostility. Ling Xiao, who was in the cabin, didn't have the same elegant mood as Xianxia. He had just adjusted himself to his peak state when a bottle appeared in his hand. This bottle contained the flood dragon blood essence that he had obtained from the Dong family's auction house. Ling Xiao took a light breath and opened the bottle. A gust of warm air gushed out. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, and directly poured the blood essence in the bottle into his mouth. At first, he only felt that it had a slightly fishy and spicy taste, making it hard for him to swallow. He endured it for a while, but in the end, he swallowed it all into his stomach. Immediately after, He felt as if his stomach had been set on fire. His internal organs felt as if they were being burned by fire, and it was extremely uncomfortable and painful. Ling Xiao tried his best not to make a sound, but his face was already dripping with sweat, and his face was extremely red. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly operated the ancient emperor's divine technique and started to refine the blood essence in his stomach. When the ancient emperor's divine technique started to operate, the energy in the blood essence was divided and absorbed. A part of it flowed into his dantian, and the other part was divided into his meridians, acupoints, and internal organs. Within those wide golden meridians, it was as if there were miniature flood dragons happily swimming about. In the end, the energy that was divided cleansed all of the muscle energy in his body, causing the original golden color to become even deeper, making him appear even more noble. The energy that flowed into his dantian also began to condense around his dantian. The first layer of defense around his dantian began to solidify, and it quickly formed a second layer of defense. It only stopped when the third layer was formed. This was the sign that the fourth layer of the three-parts harmonization technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on in his body. He only felt that his pain was gradually disappearing, and the energy in his body was constantly increasing. It was as if he could transform into a dragon at any time and fly between heaven and earth. There was an indescribable surging feeling in his body, and he had a strong confidence that he could defeat any opponent he encountered. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been refining it. The divine light around him emitted a bright golden light, illuminating the entire ship and making the surroundings of the river clearly visible. From afar, the ship seemed to have a deity descending, and it gave off an indescribable feeling of nobility and solemnity. The golden light lasted for an unknown period of time before it gradually disappeared. Not long after, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar came from the cabin. The dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and it was deafening. The ship was smashed, and the waves of the river surged. Wah! Xianxia didn't have time to react. The dragon's roar made him dizzy, and his ears rang. His organs shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell into the river. The demon lord's situation was much better than Xianxia's, but he was also scared out of his wits by the dragon's roar. He was sent flying with one leg, and his head felt dizzy. There was only a wung-wung sound in his ears. The demon lord forcibly calmed his chaotic breath, and hurriedly flew into the river to fish Xianxia up. Even though he didn't like Xianxia, he couldn't just watch him die here. The demon lord stuffed a pill into Xianxia's mouth, and he gradually regained some color. What's going on? Xianxia asked weakly, and his head still felt dizzy. Master must have comprehended something. The demon lord looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a golden dragon, and said calmly. Ling Xiao stood in the air above the river, and he fell into deep thought. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him. In his mind, there was only a golden dragon roaring at the sky. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the earth, and the sea of clouds churned, and everything shattered. This was the dragon's Tenbin god art, Dragon's Roar. The dragons were a branch of the mythical beasts. Only a small portion of dragons with a rich bloodline would have the dragon's Tenbin god art, Dragon's Roar, and those with a thin bloodline would not have the Tenbin god art. The dragon's essence blood that Ling Xiao had just refined should be as the auctioneer had said. The essence blood was very pure, and the dragon's bloodline was very rich. It was because of this that Ling Xiao was able to comprehend the dragon's Tenbin god art. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and quietly felt the earth-shattering roar of the dragon. Slowly, a shadow of a dragon appeared around him, looking disdainfully at the 4 directions. He felt as if he was in his own realm, and his chest felt like it was being held back, and he had an urge to release it. Roar! Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and roared continuously, causing the river water to churn and explode. Countless fish spirits in the river were inexplicably shaken to death. Countless splashes of water fell from the sky, forming a natural screen, with a bit of a fairyland charm. The demon lord flew to the other side of the river with Xianxia. He could still feel the deafening sound, and his eardrums were hurting. Xianxia was relatively weak, and his ears were bleeding from the vibration. If not for the fact that the demon emperor had brought him away quickly, he would have been killed by the shockwaves. The Tenbin god art is really scary, the demon lord murmured as he looked at the river. At the same time, he began to see Ling Xiao in a different light. From the moment he chose to rely on Ling Xiao, he felt that Ling Xiao was extraordinary. After all, not everyone could keep the 3 foreign objects in their mind. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a spirit master. If it was an ordinary person, their mind would explode if they only kept one thing in it. However, Ling Xiao was fine, and the 3 foreign objects seemed to be under his control. The demon lord knew that he didn't have this kind of opportunity and ability when he was at his peak. However, this wasn't enough to make him truly convinced. However, the more he came into contact with Ling Xiao, the more he realized how extraordinary Ling Xiao was. First, in terms of advancement, it was quite impressive to reach the king stage at the age of 20. He also cultivated the ancient emperor divine technique, which had been lost for 100,000 years. He was invincible among those of the same level, and he could fight those of a higher level. He also had a mysterious secret technique that attacked the sea of consciousness. All of this made him feel incredulous. Now, with a few drops of blood, he comprehended the dragon's Tenbin god art, which had a very slim chance of success. All of this didn't seem very real to him. The demon lord's expression became more and more ugly, as if he wasn't willing to accept the fact that he was slowly getting the urge to submit to Ling Xiao. He didn't know that the reason he had such thoughts was because Ling Xiao had already condensed true dragon qi. He had already begun to form the image of a real dragon, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. After a long while, Ling Xiao stopped howling and the surface of the river regained its calm. However, there were now countless corpses of fish spirits floating on the water. Ling Xiao looked at everything in front of him, his expression filled with excitement. He really didn't think that these few drops of blood would have such an effect. Not only did it double his physical strength, it also allowed him to comprehend the dragon's god art. This was simply a huge gain for him. "Ha! This young master is indeed lucky." Ling Xiao clenched his fists and laughed heartily. He didn't notice that at this moment, there was an astonishing change quietly happening at the bottom of the river. Chapter 377. The Dragon Wave River spanned tens of thousands of miles between the northwest and the southern wasteland. Looking down from the sky, one would only feel that the river was like a giant dragon spiraling in the sky. The surging river water was like a giant dragon roaring ceaselessly. According to legend, the Dragon Wave River had existed since ancient times. It was said that in the heaven domain, a divine dragon beast violated the laws of heaven and was sent down to the mortal world. It was forever suppressed in the northwest and southern wasteland. The divine dragon beast was unwilling to be suppressed and struggled all day long, wanting to escape from this place. But after tens of thousands of years, it still couldn't escape. In the end, its divine power was exhausted and it died here. The dragon's body formed the current Dragon Wave River, and the dragon's blood formed the current surging river water. Regarding this legend, many people treated it as a story. They wouldn't take it to heart after hearing it. However, there was indeed a strange place in this great river. On the 15th of every month, there definitely wouldn't be any boats that dared to travel on this river. The locals said that because there were water ghosts in this great river, they would definitely come out on the 15th of every month to take human lives. There was already a lot of history that proved this saying. On the 15th of every month, there would definitely be death. Originally, some people thought that it should be the spirit beasts in the water that were causing trouble. Later on, the Great River Sect and the Dragon Sea Pavilion both sent experts to investigate. In the end, they didn't return. All of them were inexplicably sucked into the Great River. Even the boats and corpses were never seen again. Later on, there were also Earth Sovereign Stage experts from the 2 sects who sneaked into the Great River in order to solve this problem and restore the Great River to calmness. Who knew that the Earth Sovereign Stage experts of the 2 sects actually didn't return. This matter shook both the northwest and southern wasteland. Because of this, The Dragon Wave River had another fierce name, Dragon Death River. Since then, no one dared to travel on the 15th of the month. Tonight wasn't the night of the 15th. The great river was supposed to be calm and tranquil, and there shouldn't be any strange things happening. However, Ling Xiao was roaring incessantly just now, shaking the great river and causing the fish spirit to die. Quietly, an astonishing change occurred under the great river. It seemed that something was starting to awaken. On the surface of the river, Ling Xiao felt the surging energy and became extremely confident. Even if he encountered an Earth Sovereign rank powerhouse now, he would still have the courage to fight. He checked the condition of his body and found that his meridians, acupoints, internal organs, and all other physiological functions had turned into a sparkling and noble yellow instead of a normal color. However, the vitality emitted by this color was even more vigorous than the normal color. The energy was circulating, giving people a feeling that it would never decline. His dantian was surrounded by 3 layers of dense qi energy that protected it heavily. Tiny divine radiances were unceasingly revolving around it like lightning. Finally, it seemed to form a small golden dragon that was full of spirituality. It looked very mystical and sacred. The ancient emperor's divine skill is really magical. Although I'm still at the initial success of the 4th transformation, the bone refining, the defensive ability of my body seems to have changed again. Now, even if I'm hit by an Earth Sovereign rank powerhouse, I won't be injured. Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at his pair of golden fists. He then said, now that the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi has entered the peak of the 4th transformation, I definitely have a chance to enter the 5th transformation, the spirit transformation realm, in less than a month. The more than 1 million Xian crystals were really worth it. It's time to leave or else they'll be worried. Ling Xiao muttered to himself again. He turned around and was about to fly to the other side of the river. However, at this moment, the sound of raging waves rang out in the river. What's that? Ling Xiao looked down at the river in confusion. He saw that a huge whirlpool had formed on the surface of the river. The whirlpool grew larger and larger, and the river water spun faster and faster. It was like a bottomless swallowing hole. The damaged ship was sucked in, and the dead fish spirit around it was also sucked in. The river water surged violently, and the wind from the river blew loudly. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was being sucked into the eye of the whirlpool by the suction force. Not good. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with alarm. He shouted and tried to fly away. Suddenly, a column of water that was more than 10 meters long shot out from the eye of the whirlpool. The water column was like a rope, binding Ling Xiao. Get out of my way! Ling Xiao roared. His body was covered in a demonic blue flame, trying to resist the water column. Unfortunately, the water column was extremely fierce, and in an instant, it wrapped around him and pulled him into the river. Oh no! Ling Xiao struggled with all his might, and his strength reached its peak, but it was still to no avail. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and his whole body was brought into the eye of the whirlpool by the water column. On the other side of the river, the demon emperor noticed that something was wrong with Ling Xiao. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward Ling Xiao. When he arrived near Ling Xiao, he just happened to see Ling Xiao being dragged into the river. What's going on? The demon emperor looked at the whirlpool in shock. Is it a water spirit beast? The demon emperor frowned. He raised his hands high, and waves of black spirit mist gathered toward him. Go! The demon emperor shouted. The black mist turned into a huge ball of energy and smashed toward the whirlpool. Rumble! The river water was thrown into the air, and countless waves splashed in all directions. However, not only did the whirlpool not disappear, but the suction force became stronger and stronger. The demon emperor could feel the terrifying suction force even from 100 meters away. Another column of water shot up into the sky. The demon emperor was already on guard. He casually threw a punch, and the water column scattered. Whoosh whoosh. After the water column was scattered, several more columns of water, which were even bigger, shot toward the demon emperor. Something's wrong. The demon emperor was once an ambitious and ruthless person. He had fought countless battles in his life, and there was nothing he hadn't seen before. Facing the water column that was coming at him, he didn't panic at all. He continued to punch with his black fists. The water force is so strong. This time, the Demon Emperor used all his strength, but he still couldn't disperse the water column. 2 of the water columns were already flying toward his body. The Demon Emperor didn't dare to stay any longer. He instantly soared into the sky and quickly escaped. The water pillar reached several hundred meters in the air and fell down. The sparkling and translucent water droplets looked very beautiful in the night. The whirlpool gradually closed, and the eye of the whirlpool gradually became smaller. Finally, the surface of the river returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The Demon Emperor once again appeared 1,000 meters above the whirlpool. He frowned and said, "Nothing should have happened. Otherwise, my divine soul would have definitely been injured." He paused for a moment before saying, "There must be some great ferocious creature in this river. Otherwise, how could the water have its own consciousness to attack? Forget it, I won't be able to live well if you die. I hope you can turn misfortune into blessing." Then, the Demon Emperor turned around and flew back to the other side of the river. Xianxia woke up from his meditation and asked, "Did something happen to Brother Ling?" The Demon Emperor nodded. "He was brought into the river by some unknown thing." Xianxia revealed a suspicious expression and took out a small turtle shell from his spatial ring. The Demon Emperor's pupils shrank when he saw this small turtle shell, and a faint ominous light flashed in his old eyes. "Did you recognize something?" Xianxia raised his pale face and asked the Demon Emperor lightly. "Profound secret sect, Xianxia." The Demon Emperor replied with narrowed eyes. "I know you can see it because you're already someone who should have died, but you're still alive and well, right?" Xianxia asked the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor didn't answer and just stared coldly at Xianxia. After a while, he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "So what if I die?" Xianxia sighed and continued, "My profound secret sect only has one successor, and I was born as the new generation's Xianxia to assist the new generation's holy emperor in achieving supreme hegemony. You were already a demon king who should have died long ago, and your hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Now that the holy emperor has given you a new life, have you never thought about assisting the new generation's holy emperor in achieving prestige? Ha, don't try to fool me with your profound secret sex tricks. This emperor was already an overlord 5,000 years ago, so why would I need to borrow the strength of others to achieve prestige? Moreover, his strength is so mediocre, so how could he be worthy of my assistance?" The Demon Emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. "Humph, he's only 20 years old, but he's already reached the king rank and is a high-grade alchemist. He also has a mysterious treasure that even he can't explain. All of this proves that his future is limitless, and he'll become the true ruler of the continent. When that time comes, breaking through the saint realm and becoming a god is just around the corner. Have you never thought about going to the heaven domain to see the world outside? Have you never thought about going to the heaven domain to take a look at the world outside?" Xianxia spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Don't praise him to such an exaggerated degree. Even if his tenbin is astonishing and his luck is great, so what? Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses, but how many of them have been able to stand at the peak of the world? They're always in the limelight, arrogant and conceited, but in the end, they still die young," the Demon Emperor retorted. "He's different from other geniuses. He's the new generation's holy emperor," Xianxia said solemnly. "The holy emperor? Let alone the holy emperor, even a god might fall one day," the Demon Emperor said disdainfully. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Sooner or later, you'll have to submit to him." Xianxia didn't want to argue any further. You have nothing to say. Now let's settle the old grudge between you and your Xuanji Gate. Back then, your Xuanji Gate's 16th generation disciple joined forces with many people from the so-called righteous faction to besiege me, almost causing my life to hang by a thread. But in the end, I still managed to kill 6 emperors and 18 celestial venerables. "I'll settle this debt with you now," the Demon Emperor said angrily. A few thousand years ago, the demon emperor had slaughtered his entire life and gained a vicious and evil reputation. However, there was one time when he was surrounded by countless experts from the righteous faction. He was surrounded by danger and almost lost his life. It was only after he escaped that he found out that the Xuanji Gate's Tianji had calculated his whereabouts and informed those sects that had enmity with him. Those sects had joined forces to hunt him down. This matter had always been on his mind, and he couldn't forget it. He had two greatest wishes in his life. One was to kill that Tianji and wipe out the Xuanji Gate's lineage, and the other was to kill the subordinates who had betrayed him and take back his own foundation. The fate of thousands of years ago came and went, and thousands of years later, the karma will return. Let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. Why must you be so stubborn? Xianxia sighed. Bullshit. This emperor will kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. The demon emperor cursed and wanted to kill Xianxia. Chapter 378. The Longtao River spanned tens of thousands of miles from the northwest to the southern wasteland. It was unknown how many thousands of meters wide the river was. The river water surged and the waves rolled. At the bottom of the river, which was more than 2,000 meters deep, all kinds of fish spirits and all kinds of water-type spirit beasts were constantly wandering in search of food. They usually hid in the depths of the river and were rarely seen. In the deepest area, not a single water-type spirit beast dared to approach within a radius of thousands of miles. Once those fish spirits entered that area, they would only be mercilessly devoured. Ling Xiao was brought to the bottom of the river by the merciless whirlpool. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart, as if he was being pressed by a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was getting more and more uncomfortable. In the end, he lost consciousness and didn't know where he was. When he woke up again, he found himself in a mysterious palace. Where is this? Ling Xiao looked around and murmured. He was just about to move his body when he realized that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The pain made him sweat like water. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by the huge water pressure when he fell into the river. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the isolated water curtain. His heart was full of doubts. However, he didn't have the mood to think about other things. After all, in this unknown environment, the most important thing was to recover the ability to protect himself. Ling Xiao lay down and silently operated the ancient Emperor Divine technique. Balls of spiritual energy began to restore the damaged muscle energy. Not long ago, his body had just become strong, but now it suffered such a merciless blow. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the flood dragon's blood essence strengthened his physique, his recovery ability was also much faster. In less than half an hour, he was able to stand up again. He stared at the huge palace in front of him, and his entire person became shocked. The palace looked simple and unadorned. It shone with divine light and was magnificent. The formation patterns were complicated and profound to the extreme. It was all-encompassing and eerie. Looking into the palace, he couldn't see what was inside. It was dark and gloomy, which was the complete opposite of its appearance. Suddenly, a dozen or so blue spots of light appeared in the palace. These specks of light seemed to be constantly flashing, as if they were the large eyes of some kind of spirit beast. They looked extremely strange. Waves of fire-like and ice-like aura drifted out from the palace. Cries and sobs came out from inside, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Ling Xiao shuddered and took a few steps back, muttering, What is it? Suddenly, the dozens of blue lights shot out from the inside, and a huge shadow of a beast appeared. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao retreated again and again until he touched the palace's light curtain. A beast with 9 snake heads suddenly appeared in front of him. This was actually a 9-headed dragon snake, one of the most cruel ancient beasts in the legends. Its huge dragon-like body was nearly 100 meters long, and its 9 heads kept opening their bloody mouths, making sounds that sounded like weeping and sobbing. Its pair of fleshy wings kept flapping, causing the palace to shake. Fortunately, its huge body and 4 of its huge legs were locked in place by the profound patterned divine light. Otherwise, it would have already struggled out of the palace. This 9-headed dragon snake had a frightening and vicious reputation. It belonged to the dual attributes of ice and fire. It was a frightening beast of the 8th level, and it liked to eat humans. In the ancient times, it was one of the great beasts that humans were most afraid of. Afterwards, it was killed by the super experts of the human race, and was chased into an extremely dangerous place, unable to harm the human world. Ling Xiao completely did not expect that there would be such a frightening beast under the Dragon Wave River. Fortunately, it was suppressed here, or else it would be a disaster for both the northwest and the southern wasteland. Damn it, it must be this beast that brought me here. What should I do now? Ling Xiao's mood was extremely bad. Now that the light curtain emitted by the palace could isolate the water of the river, it could be seen how astonishing the defense of the light curtain was. Moreover, it could even trap this peerless beast here. It was enough to show how extraordinary this palace was. The 9-headed dragon snake hissed incessantly, and its bell-sized eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. Let's do it. Faced with such a desperate situation, a cyan longsword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the longsword, and the sword aura was threatening. This was the green dragon moon severing sword that he had obtained from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret realm. Despicable human, don't make any pointless resistance. Obediently stay here and wait to be devoured by me. The snakehead in the middle actually spoke in the human language. Its voice was extremely sharp, piercing Ling Xiao's eardrums and causing him goosebumps all over his body. Normally, when a spirit beast reached the 3rd level, a spirit beast could fly in the air at the 6th level, a spirit beast could speak in the human language at the 7th level, and a spirit beast could take human form at the 8th level. Right now, this 9-headed dragon snake was already an 8th level beast. It still maintained its original body and did not take human form, but it was not difficult for it to speak in the human language. This Lord Dragon God, why did you bring me here? Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down. He did not want to provoke this beast. He wanted to stall for as much time as possible. He did not want to die young. Don't be so hypocritical. I brought you here to eat you. You have a few strands of my race's pure bloodline in you. Maybe you can help me advance and let me escape this damned prison. The 9-headed dragon snake swayed its 9 heads as it spoke. Damn, could it be that the flood dragon's blood essence sucked this guy here? How unlucky! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, his body sped up the circulation of his divine technique so that he could quickly recover the ability to protect himself. He tightened his grip on the green dragon-slaying moonsword, ready to fight to the death at any moment. I originally wanted to keep you until the day when the restriction is at its weakest before eating you. But I see that you don't want to stay here obediently. Hurry up and let me devour you. The 9-headed dragon snake seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's intentions. It did not want to cause any more trouble, so it opened its bloody mouth and a huge suction force swallowed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body could not help but be pulled towards the snakehead in the middle of the 9-headed dragon snake. If you want to eat me, you will have to pay the price. Ling Xiao's body was completely out of control. He knew that he had no way of fighting against the 9-headed dragon snake, so he simply went with the flow. The green dragon-slaying moonsword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling green light as it struck towards the snakehead of the 9-headed dragon snake. Struggle on your deathbed. The 9-headed dragon snake said disdainfully. Another snakehead spat out an icicle that struck Ling Xiao's body. Gotcha! Ling Xiao only felt a stuffiness in his chest as a few of his ribs were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the green dragon-slaying moonsword in his hand fell to the ground. The snakehead in the middle of the 9-headed dragon snake instantly sucked Ling Xiao into its mouth and swallowed him. Ling Xiao only felt his vision go black as a fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao did not know where he flowed to, but he finally stopped. Have I reached the snake's stomach? Ling Xiao said as he shook his head. Following that, he felt a strong corrosive liquid attacking him from the surroundings. Zizi! Ling Xiao's clothes were quickly corroded and melted away, leaving his entire body bare. Seeing the liquid corroding towards his body, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and forcefully wrapped the demon-charming blue flame around his body. Fortunately, the demon-charming blue flame was an extreme yang flame, which instantly evaporated and isolated the corrosive liquid. Ling Xiao had a flash of inspiration as he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha! Truly, the heavens have a way out. This time, let's see how you, an evil snake, will die." Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape, so he immediately took out a healing pill and consumed a few of them. He circulated his profound energy and used it to recover his body as quickly as possible. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao had already recovered 70% of his energy, and his face was much rosier. "Damned evil snake, see how this young master will deal with you this time." Ling Xiao sneered, and a ball of blue flame appeared on his hand. Following that, Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and the blue flame burned towards the flesh-colored organ at the side. In an instant, some of the nine-headed dragon snake's organs were burned by the blue flame. The nine-headed dragon snake that was originally peeling off suddenly began to writhe, and its mouth continuously let out shocking screams. The palace shook incessantly. "You dare to eat this young master? You must be tired of living," Ling Xiao said as he circulated his blue dark protection force, and continuously sent out blue flames to burn the nine-headed dragon snake's organs. Suddenly, a turbulent liquid rushed towards Ling Xiao. Obviously, this was the river water that the nine-headed dragon snake had sucked in from the outside. How could it possibly want to kill Ling Xiao in its stomach? Ling Xiao was shaken by the river water to the point of dizziness, but fortunately, it did not cause any serious injuries. It was probably because the nine-headed dragon snake was in so much pain that the impact of the river water that it had sucked in was not very strong. Ling Xiao got up and sent out even more blue flames. He wanted to completely destroy this nine-headed dragon snake. Otherwise, he did not know what other tricks it had up its sleeves. The heavenly fire could burn anything. As long as Ling Xiao did not control it, it was enough to burn the nine-headed dragon snake completely. However, Ling Xiao still wanted to keep the body of the nine-headed dragon snake. It had great use, so he only burned the organs and intestines. At first, the nine-headed dragon snake kept writhing from being burned, and it hissed non-stop. Ling Xiao, who was in its stomach, was also greatly shaken, and he almost fainted. Not long after, the nine-headed dragon snake's organs were completely burned, and then it stopped writhing. "It should be dead. It made me dizzy." Ling Xiao felt that the nine-headed dragon snake was definitely dead. Thus, he took out another spirit sword from his spatial ring, the hidden snake sword. This sword was what Ling Xiao had obtained from Luo Baxing in the heaven-suppressing sect. Seeing this sword, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Luo Ming, who had died for him. His heart was filled with sadness. The hidden snake sword slashed at the snake's flesh, and a piece of flesh splattered. Ling Xiao had thought that one slash would be enough to break the nine-headed dragon snake's body. The strength of the nine-headed dragon snake was beyond his expectations. Although that slash had left quite a deep mark, it was not enough to cut the nine-headed dragon snake. F***ck, such a tough body, even a spirit weapon can't break it. Ling Xiao muttered. The hidden snake sword in his hand swung out a few more times. In the end, Ling Xiao swung 49 times at the same spot before he cut the nine-headed dragon snake's body, broke through its skin, and escaped from its stomach. "I'm finally alive again." After escaping, Ling Xiao immediately sighed. Unexpectedly, there was another movement behind him, and Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. Chapter 379. Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing in his escape, a hissing sound rang out. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end and he hurriedly ran forward. Swoosh swoosh. One ice and one fire shot towards Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao thought he was in deep trouble, but the ice and fire didn't cause him any pain or impact. Ling Xiao turned around and saw that the nine-headed dragon was already hanging down powerlessly. Unless it could regenerate its internal organs, it was definitely dead. Damn, that gave me a fright. Ling Xiao patted his chest in relief. Ling Xiao was now sure that the nine-headed dragon was dead. He walked over boldly and clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the huge dragon body. This nine-headed dragon snake is an ancient vicious beast, and it also contains dragon essence blood. I'll put it away and slowly refine its essence blood in the future to help me complete the ancient emperor divine art, Ling Xiao said happily. He did not completely incinerate the nine-headed dragon snake in his stomach just now because he wanted this dragon snake's body. Besides blood essence, there were also beast cores, skin, flesh, tendons, and wings. All of them were rare equipment refinement materials. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to destroy it. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to study this dragon body for now. He had to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise the two people outside would definitely be worried. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and stored the entire nine-headed dragon into it. The obsidian cauldron's storage capacity was quite powerful and not something an ordinary spatial ring could compare to. However, the palace shook violently the moment the obsidian cauldron appeared. It gradually shrank and the divine light around it retracted. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked, looking at all of this in confusion. At this moment, the obsidian cauldron's soul emerged. Greetings, Master. Obsidian, what's going on with this palace? Why is it getting smaller and smaller? Ling Xiao asked the cauldron's soul. It's just a saint tool. Of course it wouldn't dare to be presumptuous after sensing my aura, the cauldron's soul said faintly. Just a saint tool? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this palace to be a saint tool. This was too unbelievable. The palace had turned into a pagoda that was only half a meter tall. The pagoda was glowing with a divine light, and on the top of the pagoda was a dazzling bead. The bead emitted a faint aura of Bai, isolating the river water within a radius of 2 meters from Ling Xiao, preventing him from being affected by the water pressure. It is a high-grade saint tool. If it meets a master in the future, perhaps it can nurture a soul and become a divine tool. Master can keep it, the cauldron soul said. Ling Xiao held the pagoda in his hand, and a warm current flowed into his heart, causing his state of mind to become peaceful and tranquil. It seems that the original owner of this pagoda wanted to use this pagoda to suppress the nine-headed dragon serpent's ferocious nature. It's a pity that it couldn't change its evil nature. Even in death, it couldn't change its nature, Ling Xiao murmured. This pagoda should be of the water attribute, so it's perfect for Meng Qi. When I return to the sect, I'll use this as a betrothal gift and ask the sect master to let her marry me. Ling Xiao was in a good mood now that he had a good idea. He stared at the fist-sized pearl at the top of the pagoda and thought, is this the legendary secluded water pearl? I can't be wrong. Otherwise, how could it isolate the river water? I've really picked up a treasure. Ling Xiao removed the secluded water pearl from the pagoda and stored the pagoda into the obsidian cauldron. With the secluded water pearl, Ling Xiao could walk through the river as easily as walking on flat ground. He didn't need to expend any energy and could walk as he pleased. Since I'm already at the bottom of the river, I might as well plunder it before going back up. Ling Xiao made up his mind and sent a message to the Demon Emperor, telling him that he was fine. The Demon Emperor had left half of his soul in his sea of consciousness, and it was connected to the other half of his soul in Zhao Shuren's body. As long as the Demon Emperor wasn't dead, he would receive Ling Zhao's message. Whether it was at the bottom of the sea or the river, as long as there was enough time, there would be a shocking amount of wealth. Why did he say that? That was because there were all kinds of spirit grasses, rare materials, and rare treasures that could be found at the bottom of the river. Ling Xiao hadn't walked for long when he saw several giant shells opening and closing. These giant shells were actually more than 2 meters long, and they emitted a faint glow around them. Within the shells, there were even sparkling pearls sparkling. These giant shells that had lived at the bottom of the river for tens of thousands of years had already become sentient. They seemed to feel Ling Zhao's gaze and immediately stopped. They closed their mouths and restrained their fluctuations, returning to a calm state. If it was said that ordinary shells were just ornamental objects for girls, then the giant shells in front of him were different. Perhaps to Ling Xiao, they weren't very useful, but to any woman, they were definitely treasures. That was because the pearls within them had been nurtured for many years and contained a lot of water essence. Just one pearl was enough to allow any woman to maintain their beauty. Which woman in this world didn't want to be beautiful? Which woman didn't want to maintain their youth and beauty forever? And the giant shells and pearls in front of him could definitely fulfill their dreams. This is great. With them, would I still be afraid of my women growing old? I want them to maintain their most beautiful appearance forever, so that I can pamper them for a lifetime. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and was about to go forward and collect those giant shells. However, when he approached, those giant shells actually seemed to have intelligence. They emitted brilliance and quickly moved into the distance. Damn, they really became sentient. This is even better. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He was extremely happy in his heart. The pearls that were nurtured by these giant shells that had become sentient were even more effective. Ling Xiao quickly chased after them and heavily smashed his palm on the last giant shell. Oh my god, why is it so hard? Ling Xiao's fists could already destroy ordinary Xian tools, but now he was unable to break this shell. Instead, his fists were in pain from the impact. It could be seen that these giant shells that had lived for tens of thousands of years were not useless. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. If he let these giant shells escape, it would be a sin. He took out the green dragon moon's slashing sword and chased after them again, smashing the shell. Gotcha! Finally, one of the giant shells was smashed and thumb-sized pearls were revealed, emitting a sparkling and translucent divine splendor. Ling Xiao quickly put these pearls into bottles to prevent their essence energy from leaking out and affecting the effect. After collecting the pearls, he also collected the giant shells. These giant shells were so hard that they were definitely comparable to the strength of ordinary spirit tools. He believed that if he sold them to those high-level tool refiners, he could sell them for an extremely high price. Soon after, Ling Xiao chased after two giant shells and broke their shells. Of course, all the pearls and shells were collected without exception. There were also a few giant shells that had already disappeared into the river bottom. Although their speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, they didn't know how to hide in those rocks. He couldn't find them anymore. Ling Xiao could only give up and continue searching. In fact, his harvest was also not bad. The three giant shells had nurtured a total of several hundred top-quality pearls. This was a large amount of wealth. If these pearls were to be auctioned, it would probably cause any woman to go crazy. They would definitely fight to buy them at any cost. To them, these pearls were the root of their lives. Ling Xiao gave up on chasing the giant shells and began to search for treasures at the bottom of the river. This area had always been suppressed by the nine-headed dragon snake. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there wouldn't be any frightening water-type spirit beasts that dared to stay here. Most of them had already escaped far away. The rest had already become food for the nine-headed dragon snake. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't worried about encountering any frightening high-level spirit beasts. He could wander here with peace of mind. That's right, how could I forget to let the little dragon out? Ling Xiao had just taken a few steps when he remembered the purple flood dragon. It was a dual attribute spirit beast of earth and water. Letting it out was like a fish in water. Moreover, it had a unique sensitivity towards spirit grasses. Perhaps it could find something good by relying on it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the purple flood dragon. After the purple flood dragon roar came out, its small body instantly swelled to more than 20 meters long. It quickly swam in the river, letting out low cries of joy. It seemed to be very satisfied with the environment. Little dragon, let's go. Bring me to treasure hunt. Ling Xiao was also excited by the purple flood dragon's excitement. He immediately jumped onto the purple flood dragon's body and called out. Ling Xiao had just sat down when the purple flood dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and shot forward. With the purple flood dragon leading the way, Ling Xiao saved a lot of effort. After a while, he found many 3rd and 4th level water-type spirit grasses and even many 5th level spirit grasses. This made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. This was a treasure trove that had never been explored before. Most of the spirit grasses were over 1,000 years old. Every one of them was the best among the water-type spirit grasses. Ling Xiao was dazzled by the sight. The purple flood dragon also ate its fill. It actually only picked the 4th and 5th level spirit grasses to eat. This made Ling Xiao's heart ache. Inwardly, he cried out, "Wastrel, why did I adopt all these prodigal children?" After a while, the purple flood dragon found a 5 to 6,000-year-old green algae snake vine and was about to swallow it. Ling Xiao quickly jumped down from the purple flood dragon's body and pounced towards the green algae snake vine. This was a high 5th level spirit grass. Its price was hard to estimate. If it was eaten by the purple flood dragon, Ling Xiao's heart would ache for several months. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to take the green algae snake vine, the purple flood dragon was cunning. In a flash, it moved its huge body in front of Ling Xiao. "Little dragon, don't be like this. This doesn't taste good, I'll let you eat this." Ling Xiao lamented with a bitter face. Then, he took out a stalk of crimson red grass and placed it in front of the purple flood dragon. However, this time, the crimson red grass actually lost its effect. The purple flood dragon did not eat it. Just as the purple flood dragon bit towards the green algae snake vine, Ling Xiao's face was twitching, and his heart was bleeding. "Damn, my hundreds of thousands of Shen crystals are gone just like that," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. However, the next moment, the purple flood dragon actually stopped moving. It tilted its head to the side not far away. Its large eyes were filled with curiosity, as if it had sensed something. Found something? Ling Xiao saw the purple flood dragon's actions and knew that it must have found something. Immediately, he did not wait for the purple flood dragon to lead the way. He shot forward on his own. He knew that something that could make the purple flood dragon stop eating the green algae snake vine had to be something even more extraordinary. Something even higher than a 5th level spirit grass snake vine was at least a 6th level spirit treasure. How could Ling Xiao let the purple flood dragon beat him to it? Chapter 380. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could. With the help of the water-repelling pearl, he moved as fast as lightning, as if he was on land. He was not hindered by the flow of water. When the purple drake saw Ling Xiao run in the direction it was looking at, it let out an unwilling roar. It no longer paid any attention to the green algae snake vine, and its huge body rolled forward. After running for a while, Ling Xiao discovered that a multicolored light was constantly swaying in front of him, sparkling and translucent, causing people to feel extremely dazzled. "Treasure! It's definitely a treasure!" Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, and he sped up again. The purple drake was even faster, and it instantly overtook Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the purple drake and shouted, "Xiaolong, don't do it. Leave some for my brother." Just by looking at the light in front of him, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. If it was eaten by the purple drake, it would definitely kill him. However, when the purple flood dragon drake neared the multicolored light, a vine wrapped around it and wrapped around it. Ling Xiao stopped and frowned. "Xiaolong, be careful." However, his cry was still too late. Those thorny vines instantly bound the purple flood dragon's centipede tightly. "Oh no, it's a bloodthorn vine!" Ling Xiao cried out. He had already recognized what kind of spirit grass it was. Bloodthorn vine, a 4th-grade plant that grew by sucking the blood of animals. Each of its thorns had the ability to suck blood. Once bound by it, even a king stage expert would die. Fortunately, the purple drake was already at the peak of the 5th grade, and its physical body was quite strong. The bloodthorn vines were scattered by it. However, the moment the bloodthorn vines were shaken off, they would once again grow back. It was simply unthinkable. After a while, the purple drake was once again tied up. Ling Xiao didn't dare to get too close, so he could only choose to attack from a distance. Ling Xiao raised the Azure Dragon Moon Slashing Sword. First form, Flower Twirling Moon. Gentle and lingering attacks bombarded the blood vines in an endless stream. Ling Xiao blasted out dozens of moves in a row, and the chaotic spiritual energy continuously bombarded the blood rattan vine. One by one, the vines fell to the ground. They flickered like living creatures, and then they stuck to the ground and grew again. It was an extremely strange sight, and it made one's scalp go numb. The bloodvine vines that had just grown shot towards Ling Xiao. Damn it, this thing can regenerate. Ling Xiao cursed as he continued to unleash powerful sword techniques. On the other side, the purple drake centipede kept struggling and roaring, but its body was unable to escape the entanglement of the bloodthorn vines. On Ling Xiao's side, he was gradually being entangled by the bloodthorn vines. Damn it! Ling Xiao was always on the defensive. His waist was firmly bound by a blood vine, and those thorns pierced into his abdomen. Ouch! Ling Xiao cried out in pain. However, the bloodthorn vines did not pierce through his flesh, but only caused pain. Luckily, I just increased the defense of my body, or else I would be in trouble. Ling Xiao secretly sighed, and just as he was about to chop off the bloodthorn vines, suddenly, dozens of bloodthorn vines completely wrapped around his body. Damn it, get out of my way! Ling Xiao shouted angrily, and the blue demon flame instantly ignited around his body. Papa! The bloodthorn vines crackled as they were burned by the blue flame, and all the bloodthorn vines that were binding Ling Xiao were burned to ashes. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Ling Xiao shouted, and put away the Azure Dragon Moon's slashing sword. His palms shot out 2 fire dragons towards the bloodthorn vines that were wrapped around the purple drake centipede. Most of the bloodthorn vines were burned off, and the purple drake centipede was able to escape. The remaining bloodthorn vines quickly fled in all directions. The purple drake centipede seemed to have suffered a great fright. As soon as it escaped, it turned into a smaller version of the centipede and hid behind Ling Xiao. That appearance was extremely comical. Are you afraid now? Who asked you to be so greedy? Now you know what you've done. Ling Xiao laughed as he patted the purple drake centipede's head. The purple drake centipede looked around nervously, as if it was afraid that the bloodthorn vines would appear again. Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the purple drake centipede, and he walked towards the multicolored light. It's a 10,000-year-old blood coral. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out when he saw the multicolored light. Blood coral was a 5th-tier spirit grass. It could increase the density of a person's bloodline, and it could even instantly replenish the bloodline of a person or spirit beast that had lost too much blood. It was a top-grade blood-replenishing spirit grass. However, in front of Ling Xiao was a bright red 10,000-year-old blood coral. Its translucent stem was densely spread out, like countless tentacles. It was extremely bewitching. And in the middle of the blood coral was a rare coral fruit. This fruit was the size of a fist, and it seemed to be the head of the blood coral. It was from this coral fruit that Ling Xiao was able to determine that this blood coral was over 10,000 years old. That was because blood corals that were less than 10,000 years old were unable to bear fruit. But this blood coral in front of him had produced a fruit the size of a fist. This definitely wasn't just 10,000 years old. It might even be 20,000 or 30,000 years old. Ling Xiao stared at the blood coral in a daze. He swallowed, and a greedy light shone in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the purple drake on Ling Xiao's waist displayed its gluttonous nature again. In an instant, it rushed towards the blood coral. No! Ling Xiao shouted. He instantly reached out and grabbed the purple drake's tail, preventing it from snatching the food. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to grab the purple flood dragon's tail, a strong force flung him far away. Scram! This brother will fight it out with you. Ling Xiao steadied himself and once again chased after the purple drake. However, the purple drake's bloody mouth was already biting towards the blood coral. That blood coral was a spirit grass that was over 10,000 years old. It had already become a 7th-tier spirit grass. It should be able to sense danger. When the purple drake's bloody mouth approached, it actually dodged and sank into the mud at the bottom of the river. How could it avoid the fate of being devoured? How could the purple drake let go of a delicacy that was already in its mouth? It immediately scuttled into the mud and chased after it. When Ling Xiao returned to his previous position, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That was a heaven-defying 7th-tier spirit herb, and it was also an essential spirit herb for him to cultivate the fifth transformation of the ancient emperor divine art, blood refinement. Even if it didn't escape, it would still become food for the purple flood dragon centipede. Ling Xiao was rooted to the spot, his expression indescribably aggrieved. He pounded his chest and cried, "Heavens, how did I end up with such a glutton?" Although Ling Xiao was vexed, he still forced himself to stay alert. He began to look around to see if there were any other discoveries. Within 100 meters, apart from the occasional appearance of bloodthorn vines, there was nothing else of value. Before long, the purple drake finally scuttled out of the mud at the bottom of the river. "Fuck! A glutton like you still has the face to come back? Scram! This young master doesn't want to see you ever again." Ling Xiao angrily pointed at the purple drake and cursed. His anger was truly unbearable. If he didn't curse out loud, he would go crazy. Who knew that at this moment, the purple drake would suddenly open its bloody mouth? Ling Xiao was startled by its actions and quickly retreated far away. He waved his hand and said, "Hey little dragon, what are you doing?" "I'm not cursing you, I'm cursing the bloodthorn vines. Don't misunderstand, our family's little dragon is loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see it." Before he could finish speaking, the purple drake swallowed something from its mouth. "What's going on? You scared this young master." Ling Xiao lightly patted his chest. He had thought that the purple drake was angry and wanted to eat him, but he didn't expect that it was actually vomiting something. Ling Xiao thought that it was vomiting something, but when he took a closer look, he was overjoyed. It was actually the blood coral. It hadn't eaten it and had kept it. Only the fruit in the middle was missing. Ling Xiao hurriedly went over and picked it up, revealing a lucky expression as he said, "Good, good. You know how to save some for me, so I didn't treat you sincerely and raise you in vain." After Ling Xiao put away the blood coral, he discovered that the purple drake had vomited something else. "Hey, this is..." Ling Xiao looked at the stone that was emitting a silver light in confusion. Could it be? Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and took out a fifth-tier profound artifact he had obtained from the secret mirror heaven-suppressing sect and slashed at the silver stone. Clang. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the sound of metal clashing rang out. "I can't cut through it. It really is 10,000-year deep silver." Ling Xiao exclaimed. 10,000-year deep silver was the same as the 10,000-year profound iron that Ling Xiao had obtained in the belly of the volcano. They were both extremely rare artifact refining materials, and they were also one of the necessary materials to refine spirit artifacts or saint artifacts. The piece in front of him was more than half a meter wide, enough to refine quite a few spirit artifacts. Without a second thought, Ling Xiao immediately put it into his spatial ring. Presumably, this 10,000-year deep silver was something that the purple drake had eaten while chasing after the blood coral, and it was unable to digest it, so it spat it out. 10,000-year deep silver and 10,000-year profound iron were two extremely hard materials, and they were not so easy to separate. It was impossible for an ordinary artifact refiner to separate these two materials with ordinary flames. Even if they could do it, who knew how many years it would take to do so? To separate these two materials, one would need a flame above the earth fire grade to do so. It was enough to show how hard these two materials were. At this moment, the purple drake let out a roar, and its body instantly swelled up a few times as it tumbled on the ground. Ling Xiao did not understand what it was doing, and his entire body was thrown far away. "Xiaolong, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao shouted at the purple drake. The purple drake roared at Ling Xiao. It was a voice that was different from before, but Ling Xiao found it familiar. This is a dragon's roar." Ling Xiao was stunned, and then he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaolong, you're going to advance?" The purple drake no longer cared about Ling Xiao. It kept roaring, and its huge body kept tumbling. The beast's skin on its body actually began to peel off. As the beast's skin peeled off, a new layer of faint blue skin was revealed. The new skin was actually covered in shining dragon scales, and below its abdomen, 6 eagle claws grew out. During this process, the purple flood dragon centipede roared incessantly, as if it was enduring unprecedented pain. Chapter 381. The Dragon Roar was an ancient beast, a hybrid of the Flood Dragon and the Earthworm clan. The Purple Dragon Roar's bloodline was closer to that of the Flood Dragon clan and had a certain chance of transforming into a Flood Dragon, but the conditions were more stringent. In order to evolve into a Flood Dragon, one had to increase the density of the Flood Dragon bloodline to more than 80% of the total bloodline. As for the Purple Dragon Roar, its Flood Dragon bloodline should be around 60%. It needed to increase the density by another 20% to evolve into a Flood Dragon. Don't underestimate this 20% density. It needed to absorb more than half of the blood essence of a certain Flood Dragon. Dragons were terrifying beasts of the 7th rank and above. It was extremely difficult to find their blood essence. Ling Xiao had paid a high price at the auction to obtain a few drops. If these drops of blood essence were absorbed by the Purple Dragon Roar, it wouldn't have much effect and wouldn't allow it to evolve. But the blood coral was different. The purpose of the blood coral was to increase the purity of the bloodline and replenish the blood essence. Ordinary blood coral couldn't increase the density of the Purple Dragon Roar by 20%. However, it just so happened that it encountered a top-quality blood coral that was over 10,000 years old. The coral fruit it bore was a top-quality 8th-rank spirit fruit. It didn't eat the blood coral, but the coral fruit because it knew that the coral fruit was more valuable than the blood coral. The coral fruit's effect was even more prominent than that of the blood coral. After all, it contained the majority of the blood coral's essence. It also contained a large amount of essence energy, enough for the Purple Dragon Roar to evolve into a true Flood Dragon. The process of a Flood Dragon earthworm transforming into a Flood Dragon was extremely difficult. Moreover, it was a Flood Dragon with the purest bloodline. It was a process of rebirth, and the pain was unimaginable. Everything within 1,000 meters of where the Purple Drake was turned murky. The mud, rocks, seaweed, everything was blasted far away. Ling Xiao was no exception. Although he had the water isolation pearl to protect him from the waves, the powerful aura emitted by the Purple Dragon Roar wasn't something a mere king-stage warrior like him could withstand. Ling Xiao hid 1,000 meters away, praying in his heart that the Purple Drake centipede would successfully evolve. If it failed, then it would die. Although Ling Xiao seemed to mind the Purple Drake's gluttony on the surface, he was actually quite concerned about it. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Ling Xiao wandered around the area again, adding several dozen 3rd to 5th order spirit grasses to his space ring. The bottom of the river, thousands of meters below the surface, was truly an unexplored primordial treasure. At the same time, because the 9-headed dragon snake had been suppressed here all this time, other spirit beasts did not dare to approach it. This was also why the spiritual herbs had become ownerless, which was why Ling Xiao was so happy. Water-type spirit herbs were not only suitable for assisting water-type cultivators in their cultivation, but they were also suitable for refining some high-ranked healing medicinal pills. Among them, there were several types of spirit herbs that Ling Xiao desperately needed. The 5th-grade life-prolonging pills that he wanted to refine all required some spirit herbs that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's essence to assist in the refinement. The 10,000-year blood coral he had previously obtained was the most suitable main ingredient for the life-prolonging pills. However, the 10,000-year blood coral was already a 7th-order spirit herb, so using it as a main ingredient would greatly reduce its efficacy. However, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Only the life-prolonging pills refined from the 10,000-year blood coral would be more perfect, and it might even be able to extend the life of the priestess by another year. Of course, it was impossible to refine the entire 10,000-year blood coral. Just one of its blood stems was enough, and the rest of the blood stems still had a great use for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Drake a kilometer away and found that the fluctuations he had sensed were gradually disappearing. Is it about to finish evolving? I wonder if it will succeed? Ling Xiao murmured as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded from the bottom of the river, causing the river water to surge once again. Ling Xiao covered his buzzing ears, and his blood pulsed faintly, as if it had produced some kind of intimate feeling. He couldn't help but open his mouth and roar as well. Roar! The difference between Ling Zhao's Tenbin spirit art and his opponent's Tenbin spirit art was too great, and his voice was completely covered by his opponent's roar. The dragon roar stopped for a moment, and a giant shadow shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit beast approaching from afar, and his heart was completely shaken. He was extremely doubtful that the spirit beast in front of him was the same purple drake from before. It had a head that resembled both a dragon and a flood dragon, and a body that was covered in scales. The scales were dazzling, and it had 6 giant eagle-like claws. It looked very powerful, and with a gentle wave of its snake-like tail, the surrounding rocks were shattered into powder. This was a blue flood dragon with a hint of yellow. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and it looked unusually fierce. Its deep fangs and long tongue caused people to feel fear. Although Ling Xiao guessed that this was definitely the purple drake, he couldn't say a single word as he looked at it, and his heart was completely at a loss. This was because he couldn't find the slightest characteristic of the purple drake. The blue flood dragon stared at Ling Xiao, and its bell-like eyes revealed a friendly expression. Then, it stuck out its long tongue towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart was beating very fast, and he was extremely afraid. What if this wasn't the purple drake? What if it didn't remember him after evolving? Would it eat him now? Just as Ling Xiao's thoughts were running wild, the tongue licked his handsome face, and the wet feeling made him completely relax. You're really little dragon? Ling Xiao asked as he touched the saliva on his face. That blue flood dragon nodded towards Ling Xiao in a rather human-like manner, and then its body instantly grew to more than a meter long. However, its appearance could no longer return to that of a flood dragon. Instead, it had the appearance of a true flood dragon, and it looked extremely mighty and extraordinary. Good, you've finally advanced. Look how handsome you are now. Although you're still a little worse than this brother, you're still a rare handsome dragon. Ling Xiao laughed as he rubbed the flood dragon's head. The purple drake had evolved into a true flood dragon. He believed that it was no longer a 5th-tier high-tier spirit beast, but was at least a 6th-tier spirit beast. A 6th-tier spirit beast was equivalent to an Empyrean rank human martial artist. This undoubtedly gave Ling Xiao an additional layer of assurance. As long as he didn't encounter any humans or spirit beasts that were of a higher rank than him, he could completely rely on it to dominate the Northwest. It had to be known that the strongest in the Northwest was only at the Empyrean rank. And within the same rank, spirit beasts were a bit stronger than humans. This was a comparison made under the premise that human martial artists didn't have the assistance of high-tier spirit artifacts. It's time for us to go up, lest we make them worry, Ling Xiao said to the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon nodded and instantly grew in size again, stopping in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat on its body and instantly rushed up. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making Ling Xiao feel as if he was riding on the clouds. This trip could be considered a blessing in disguise for Ling Xiao. Although he had fallen into the belly of the 9-headed dragon snake, he had killed it because of this and coincidentally obtained a water-type saint artifact. He had also collected a large number of spirit herbs in the past few days, and even obtained precious treasures such as blood coral and 10,000-year deep silver. This really made Ling Xiao exclaim in satisfaction, and it was extremely refreshing. In just a few blinks of an eye, the thousands of meters of river bottom had rushed out of the water. Rumble! A burst of water shot into the sky and splashed in all directions. This young master can see the light of day again. Ling Xiao sat on the back of the blue flood dragon and laughed heartily at the sky. He had finally emerged from the bottom of the river after being held back for a few days. He was very happy. The blue flood dragon was also abnormally excited, and it roared at the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the river waters surged endlessly. The people on both sides of the river were dizzy from the dragon's roar. If it weren't for the fact that they were quite far away, they would have probably been shaken to death. They looked toward the direction of the dragon's roar, and when they saw the flood dragon circling in the air, they all looked horrified. Look, That's a giant dragon. No, it's not a real giant dragon, it's a flood dragon. It's so big and long. Could the legend be true? The legend has come true. There really is a dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has broken the seal, it will definitely harm the human world. Let's run. Where can we run to? Hurry up and find the Dong family in the city. Also, inform the 2 nearby sects and have them send almighty experts to slay the dragon. Look, there seems to be a figure on the dragon's back. Impossible. Such a ferocious dragon has been subdued by someone else? The people on both sides of the river cried out in alarm. At the same time, a portion of the martial artists quickly left the place to report to their patriarchs or sections. If they couldn't subdue such a formidable flood dragon, then they could only slaughter it. If they were able to obtain its beast core, blood essence, and physical body, all of them would be extremely great gains. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. Ling Xiao seemed to have realized that he and the blue flood dragon had caused a bit of a commotion. He quickly patted the blue flood dragon's body and said, "Xiaolong, let's keep a low profile. Don't roar so loudly, you'll scare people to death." He originally wanted to put away the blue flood dragon, but it didn't want to return to the spirit beast bracer. It had just evolved and didn't want to obediently stay inside. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to let it be. In any case, when he was in Nantian City, he had seen others riding spirit beasts from afar. He didn't think there was anything wrong with riding a flood dragon. Ling Xiao looked around and didn't find the demon emperor or Xianxia. At the same time, he realized that he was no longer in the same place as before. Perhaps he had been so focused on searching for spirit herbs that he had forgotten the direction. "Demon Emperor, where are you?" Ling Xiao returned to his sea of consciousness and asked the Demon Emperor's remnant soul. The Demon Emperor replied, "Master, we already know where you are. Wait a moment, we'll be there soon." "All right, then hurry up." Ling Xiao nodded in response. At this time, the blue flood dragon descended onto the river and started to play around. It kept swimming and rolling in the water, causing waves to surge. Ling Xiao knew that it had just evolved and was in a good mood, so he didn't interfere too much. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao also sensed many powerful auras approaching them. Chapter 382. The sect closest to Ling Xiao's area was the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was ranked 19th in the northwest. They were also the first to know that a flood dragon had appeared on the river. The dragon's roar had already reached the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and many of the sect's elders had sensed its terrifying aura. A dozen or so kings and above appeared not far from Ling Xiao. Among them, there were 3 Earth Emperors and 13 kings. This was practically the Dragon Sea Pavilion's strongest force. None of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's experts dared to get too close, and their gazes fell on the blue flood dragon that was swimming in the river. It really is a flood dragon. It's already grown 6 claws. It's a rank 6 flood dragon. A white-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He was the pavilion master of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Long Haitian, and he was a mid-stage king. Behind him was a white-haired old man. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. "I didn't expect the legends to be true. There's actually a Class 6 flood dragon suppressed here, and from the looks of it, I'm afraid it's about to become a Class 7 flood dragon." Another short-haired old man frowned. "This flood dragon has been at the bottom of the river for many years, and it's harmed countless lives. Now that it's free, I'm afraid it'll do harm everywhere. It'd be best if it could harm those bastards from the Great River sect first," another black-robed old man said with narrowed eyes. These 3 old men were the strongest elders of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and they were 2 mid-stage Earth Emperors and 1 low-stage Earth Emperor. "Now that it's appeared in my Pavilion River region, I'm afraid it'll harm our sect first. What should we do?" Long Haitian sighed. "Don't worry, I'm sure the Dong family will get the news soon. The Dong family's ancestor will definitely be interested in this flood dragon," the white-haired old man said. "Hey, there's a young king over there. How dare he?" Long Haitian was surprised, and then he called out to Ling Xiao, "Young man, come over here." That's a rank 6 flood dragon, and it'll go berserk and eat you at any moment. Ling Xiao turned to look at Long Haitian and nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me. I'm fine here. Youngster, don't overestimate yourself. Subduing a flood dragon also depends on strength, shouted the short-haired elder behind Long Haitian. He was at the Earth's sovereign realm, but even he didn't dare to get too close to the flood dragon. That young man was only at the low king realm, and it seemed like he wanted to subdue the flood dragon. This made him feel that this young man was undoubtedly throwing his life away. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Following that, another dozen or so wind-breaking sounds came from several directions. These tens of people were all powerful independent cultivators or mercenary kings living in the border between the northwest and the southern wasteland. As soon as they heard the news, they immediately rushed over here. It really is a flood dragon. Did it really break out from the bottom of the river? It definitely did. Why else would it appear here? I heard that a level 7 flood dragon appeared in the Barbarian Desolation region before. That one already had 7 claws, but this one only has 6. It's obviously a level 6 flood dragon. Even if it's only level 6, all of us combined wouldn't be a match for it. Perhaps only the Dong family's ancestor or the 3 sects' supreme elders would be able to contend against it. The Dragon Sea Pavilion is in trouble. With this flood dragon here, I'm afraid it'll turn the world upside down. These independent cultivators and mercenaries were all 1,000 meters away, and no one dared to approach. At the same time, they also noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and they all revealed looks of ridicule. They all thought to themselves, he dares to get so close to a flood dragon? This kid is really retarded. After that, more and more people gathered, and the surface of the river became extremely lively. Ling Xiao looked at the 100 or so King Realm experts around him and thought to himself, this is great. I can't keep a low profile even if I wanted to. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth and summon the blue flood dragon, a dozen or so powerful auras shot over. A mocking laugh rang out. Ha! Long Haitian, your Dragon Sea Pavilion is really faded with dragons. This flood dragon actually appeared on your side. You're really lucky. When the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion saw the newcomers, their expressions all turned ashen. The newcomers were from their mortal enemy, the Great River Sect. The Great River Sect and the Dragon Sea Pavilion were originally in charge of the upper and lower reaches of the Dragon Wave River. Originally, the two sects had been living in harmony, each defending their own river region. However, in the past few decades, the Great River Sect's new sect master had become quite domineering. He actually wanted to expand into the Dragon Sea Pavilion's river region, suppressing and annexing the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Great River Sect wanted to become the true overlord of the Dragon Wave River and advance to become a rank 8 sect. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's strength was not much different from the Great River Sect's, so they naturally responded to the Great River Sect's provocation. The relationship between the two sects grew more and more intense until they were now mortal enemies. The laughing middle-aged man was the Great River Sect's sect master, Jiang Wuxing. He was already a high-level king, and behind him were the Great River Sect's elders and 4 elders from the previous generation. Jiang Wuxing, don't celebrate too early. Even if our Dragon Sea Pavilion is faded with dragons, it's a good one. It's just that when it comes to your Great River Sect, I don't know if it's a good one or a bad one, Long Haitian replied indifferently. We'll have to wait for it to reach us before we know. In a bit, I'll watch as it turns your Dragon Sea Pavilion upside down. Let's see if your so-called good karma can really protect your Dragon Sea Pavilion. Jiang Wuxing laughed. Long Haitian's face was ashen, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any confidence in the flood dragon. Although it seemed to be having fun in the water, who knew if it would turn into a savage beast and start slaughtering the Dragon Sea Pavilion's people? At this time, the elder from the previous generation behind Long Haitian said to the wandering cultivators and mercenaries, "Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this flood dragon first? Otherwise, it'll definitely bring disaster to the commoners of the two regions. At that time, it won't just be our Dragon Sea Pavilion that suffers." the wandering cultivators and mercenaries didn't dare to respond. Although there were close to 100 of them, none of them had reached the Earth Emperor realm. Asking them to join forces and kill the Flood Dragon was like throwing an egg against a rock. They were basically sending themselves to their deaths. Longhe's right. Let's join forces and kill this Flood Dragon first for the sake of the commoners of the two regions. A middle-aged man flew over from the distance at an astonishing speed. When he stood still, a tyrannical aura spread out, and waves of divine light flashed around him. It's the Emperor of Mercenaries, Lord Nangong. It's actually him. No wonder he dares to call the Dragon Sea Pavilion's previous elder by name. Lord Nangong's strength is extraordinary, but compared to this Flood Dragon, he's still quite lacking. You don't know this, but Lord Nangong has a high-grade spirit weapon. If he works with the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, he might really be able to kill this Flood Dragon. Nangong Lai was the Emperor of Mercenaries in the Southern Wasteland. His achievements could be described as legendary. It was said that Nangong Lai was a direct descendant of the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families in the Southern Wasteland. He became a Xian practitioner at the age of 13, a Xian practitioner at the age of 16, a spirit master at the age of 22, and a king at the age of 30. He was a rare genius of the Nangong family. Due to his outstanding performance in Tenbin, he was seen as the successor of the Nangong family's patriarch. However, Nangong Lai wasn't the eldest son of the family. Above him was his older brother, Nangong Qi. Originally, the two brothers had a very good relationship, but because Nangong Lai was too outstanding, he threatened Nangong Qi's position. This also caused Nangong Qi to be dissatisfied with Nangong Lai. He wanted to get rid of him and take back the position of patriarch that belonged to him. When Nangong Lai found out that his brother, Nangong Qi, was secretly working with some of the elders of the family to deal with him, he resolutely announced that he would not take over the position of patriarch and was willing to leave the Nangong family. He did this completely for his big brother, Nangong Qi. At the same time, he also wanted to walk his own path. Nangong Lai's decision shook the entire southern wasteland. Only now did Nangong Qi know that Nangong Lai had no intention of taking the position of patriarch. He felt extremely ashamed. Thus, before Nangong Lai left, he knelt in front of his brother to repent, hoping that Nangong Lai would stay. However, Nangong Lai supported his brother up in fear and explained, "Although I, Nangong Lai, have left the Nangong family, I am still your little brother. If there is a day that I need little brother's help, little brother will definitely do it without any hesitation." After Nangong Lai left the Nangong family, he created a mercenary group called Raging Flame. The Raging Flame mercenary group only had 5 people when it was first formed, but under Nangong Lai's leadership, it continued to grow. 10 years after its formation, the Raging Flame mercenary group had become a terrifying mercenary group with over 2,000 members. Their leader, Nangong Lai, was even more famous as the king of mercenaries. Due to the Raging Flame mercenary group's strength, the number 1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland, Xianxia, was jealous. They were afraid that the Raging Flame mercenary group would one day surpass them, so they wanted to eliminate the Raging Flame mercenary group. At that time, the leader of the Xianxia mercenary group was already a powerful low-level Earth Emperor, and his subordinates were even more capable. At that time, Nangong Lai was only a mid-level king, and the strength of his subordinates couldn't compare to the Xianxia mercenary group. Everyone thought that the Raging Flame mercenary group would be eliminated by the Xianxia mercenary group. At that time, Nangong Lai's big brother, Nangong Qi, had already made preparations to send the elders of the family to protect Nangong Lai. However, that battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Nangong Lai had single-handedly eliminated the leader and 5 vice leaders of the Xianxia mercenary group, shocking everyone in the Xianxia mercenary group. After that battle, the Xianxia mercenary group began to disband, and the Raging Flame mercenary group rose to the position of the number 1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland. Nangong Lai's name shocked both the southern wasteland and the northwestern wasteland. It was rumored that Nangong Lai had obtained a venerable rank inheritance in the barbarian region in his early years, and that he possessed a high-grade spiritual weapon and a high-grade mystical skill. He had relied on this to eliminate the leaders of the Cyan Fox mercenary group and become famous in a single battle. Nangong Lai was only a little over 100 years old, but he was already a peak Earth Emperor. This showed that the rumors were definitely true. If he hadn't obtained a venerable rank inheritance, how could he have advanced so quickly? Nangong Lai had only recently arrived in Nantian City. He hadn't expected to hear a dragon's roar today, and his subordinates had reported that a flood dragon had appeared here. That was why he had rushed over. He had suggested killing the flood dragon partly for the sake of the civilians on both sides of the river, but a bigger reason was to obtain the many treasures that the flood dragon possessed. With Nangong Lai's arrival, finally arrived in Nantian City. The 3 elders of the Wei family and the 2 elders of the Kai family had come together. Chapter 383. The Wei family and the Kai family were both wealthy and powerful families of Nantian City. The Wei family ranked 2nd, and the Kai family ranked 3rd. The 2 families were about the same in terms of power, but the Wei family was better at accumulating wealth. Their wealth far surpassed the Kai family, which was why the Wei family was ranked 2nd. Among the Wei clan's 3 elders, 1st Elder Wei was a mid-level earthly sovereign, 2nd Elder Wei and 3rd Elder Wei were both low-level earthly sovereigns, while the Kai clan had a mid-level earthly sovereign and a low-level earthly sovereign. Behind them were a few king-level experts from their respective clans. When the group arrived, their gazes first fell on the flood dragon. Their eyes were filled with fear and greed. "What do you think of my suggestion?" Nangong Lai asked as he looked at the earthly sovereigns around him. "Lai Huang, this flood dragon's strength is terrifying. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it. If it sinks into the river and comes out to take revenge in the future, I'm afraid." An elder from the previous generation of the Great River sect said. Actually, the Great River sect didn't want to get rid of this flood dragon right now. It would be best to wait for it to wreak havoc in the Dragon Sea Pavilion. That way, it would be much easier for the Great River sect to deal with the Dragon Sea Pavilion. "Jiang Taoxing, don't make it sound so dignified. You just want to use it to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion," snorted the previous generation Dragon Sea Pavilion elder Long He. "Bullshit. This flood dragon is already at the 6th tier. If the Dong family's patriarch doesn't appear, then who among us can stop it?" shouted the previous Great River sect elder. "Enough, who doesn't want to join forces to kill the flood dragon? Get away from this emperor." Nangong Lai said indifferently. Although his tone wasn't heavy, it revealed an irresistible dignity. As soon as his words fell, the rogue cultivators and mercenaries retreated. All of them were only at the king rank, so even if they participated, it would be absolutely impossible for them to obtain the slightest benefit in the end. So, it was better to retreat now and see if they could take advantage of the situation once it was over. They were all experienced people and were very familiar with this kind of thing. The people from the Great River sect didn't look too good. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to stay. If they didn't stay, then they wouldn't get a share of the benefits of the flood dragon. "Why are you still here? Get lost!" Nangong Lai shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the rogue cultivators and mercenaries to almost fall from the sky. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Nangong Lai turned his gaze to Ling Xiao, who had been hovering above the flood dragon, and asked in surprise, "Little brother, do you also want to share?" He was somewhat interested in Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand why a low-level king rank expert would dare to get so close to a flood dragon. He was either an idiot or extremely confident. Of course, he didn't think that the handsome Ling Xiao was a brainless young man. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao was more courageous than others. It was as if he had seen his younger self, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Ling Xiao was just about to reply when the Wei family's 2nd and 3rd brothers also noticed Ling Xiao's presence. 3rd Wei glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Good boy, you actually dare to appear again. Let's see how you escape this time." Although he wanted to go and kill Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to make a move. If the flood dragon were to attack him first, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao ignored Third Wei and cupped his hands towards Nangong Lai. Senior, you misunderstand. This little dragon is Junior's mount. It is playing here and didn't want to disturb everyone. Truly disrespectful. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression froze. Then most of them burst into laughter, bursts of ridiculing laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This kid is too good at bragging. This is clearly a flood dragon that was suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has just escaped, it has actually become your mount. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? That's right. If I say that it's my mount, I wonder if you'll believe me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young people love to show off but have no brains. If you can take a rank 6 spirit beast as your mount, then I can take a divine beast as my mount. Third Wei laughed crazily. Ignorant and pitiful little bastard. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have a bit of Tenbin. This flood dragon is a terrifying beast that came out of the river. A single move from it can kill you, yet you still dare to say that it is your mount? If you were to say that you are its human pet, then perhaps we would feel that it is more realistic. Second Wei sneered, little bastard, quickly come over and take out something that doesn't belong to you. Perhaps we can consider leaving your corpse intact. At this time, Nangong Lai blushed on behalf of Ling Xiao and said, it is good for young people to have courage, but it is not good to be too arrogant and play with face. He paused for a moment before saying, you should leave. We are going to start slaying the dragon. As soon as Nangong Lai's words fell, a fiery square sky painting appeared in his hand. An intense fiery light soared into the sky, and an ancient mutated beast appeared, appearing rather fierce and dazzling. This heavenly painting sword was his high-grade spirit artifact. Back then, he had relied on it to kill the leaders of the Green Fox mercenaries. Brother Nangong, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for this old man first. A voice came from afar. As soon as the voice finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. The people from the Dong family had arrived. The one who had just spoken was the Cuban grandmaster that Ling Xiao had met once before. Beside him was a tall, thin old man. This old man had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair was in a mess. His aura was restrained, and there was not the slightest bit of divine light around him. However, his old eyes revealed a domineering aura that made people not dare to look him in the eye. Beside him was a delicate young girl. Her face was as delicate as a flower, and her body was slender and elegant. Ling Xiao also recognized this young girl. She was the 7th miss of the Dong family, Dong Qinchin. She was sitting on a nether-patterned leopard that could already fly. Nangong Lai flew in front of the Cuban grandmaster and said respectfully, greetings, Elder Dong. The others also stepped forward and bowed in greeting. The old man in front of them was the Dong family's ancestor. He had stepped into the venerable realm more than 200 years ago, and he had probably advanced to the next level now. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the old man. Instead, he looked at the nether-patterned leopard under Dong Qinchin and exclaimed in a low voice, a 6th grade spirit beast. He really didn't expect the Dong family to have such a terrifying spirit beast. No wonder the Dong family could dominate Nantian City for so long. Feeling Ling Xiao's gaze, Dong Qinchin couldn't help but curse. This pervert is actually here. Originally, she had no grudges with Ling Xiao. However, a few days ago, before the auction, she had seen Ling Xiao and Kai Xinzi fight, and in the end, Ling Xiao had attacked Kai Xinzi's chest. Therefore, she had decided to label Ling Xiao as a pervert. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know the reason, and he felt that he was innocent and wronged. Gu Ba also saw Ling Xiao and said happily, hey, kid, what are you doing over there? Are you trying to tame a flood dragon? Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba very much, so he cupped his hands and said, Senior, this is my mount. Hearing these words, Gu Ba was also stunned. Dong Qinchin laughed disdainfully and said, shameless pervert. The Dong family's ancestor only glanced at him briefly before looking back at the flood dragon. Gu Ba came back to his senses and asked, Kid, are you sure this is really your mount? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Wei Laosan said, "Grandmaster Guba, don't be fooled by that bastard. If this flood dragon is his mount, I'm afraid he'll say that Long Tao River is his home." The Wei family had already found out that Guba's previous protector, Ling Xiao, had only done so out of admiration for him. That was why he dared to stir up trouble. Ling Xiao glared at Wei Laosan and frowned, then shouted at the flood dragon, "Little dragon, get up here." Boom. The blue flood dragon was tired of playing, and when it heard Ling Xiao's call, it quickly soared out of the river. The momentum of the dragon leaping into the sea caused everyone to retreat in panic. Only the three from the Dong family, Nangong Lai, and the Earth Sovereign experts remained where they were. "Kill them." Ling Xiao jumped onto the dragon's back and pointed at the three from the Wei family. The purple flood dragon had evolved into a flood dragon, and its primitive bloodthirsty nature was thoroughly stimulated. When it heard Ling Xiao's order, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and roared at the three from the Wei family. Dragon's divine ability, Dragon Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everyone to the point of being absent-minded, and the weaker king stage experts were shaken to the point of falling into the river. The three from the Wei family, who bore the brunt of the dragon's roar, were shaken to the point of bleeding from their ears and noses. Fortunately, they were Earth Sovereign experts, or else they would have been killed by the roar. After the blue flood dragon roared, it soared into the sky and arrived in front of the three in the blink of an eye. Bastard! Wei Laosan's injuries were relatively light. When he saw the flood dragon in front of him, he cursed, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand, ready to kill the dragon. Bang! The blue flood dragon didn't wait for him to make a move. Its huge tail swept across, and the three were directly smashed into the river. The three from the Wei family had no room to resist, and were at a loss. "Elder Dong, save us." Wei Laosan begged the Dong family's ancestor as he fell. The blue flood dragon was about to dive into the river, and its huge bloody mouth was already wide open. In just a moment, the three sovereign stage experts of the Wei family were about to be killed. Everyone's expression changed. "Enough. You have to torture people," the Dong family's ancestor said calmly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood in front of the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon's murderous nature was aroused. Without Ling Xiao's instruction, it wouldn't stop, and directly bit towards the Dong family's ancestor. "Xiang, stop right there!" Ling Xiao shouted hastily. Unfortunately, the blue flood dragon's speed was too fast, and it couldn't stop. "Great-grandfather, be careful." Dong Qinchin, who was not far away, warned the Dong family's ancestor. At the same time, she wanted the hell-patterned leopard to help. "Don't worry, he can handle it," Gu Ba said confidently. Nangong Lai narrowed his eyes and stared at the man and the beast. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. "Come on, I haven't moved my body for a long time. Today, I'll play with you." The Dong family's ancestor's eyes flashed, and he slowly stretched out his withered hand. The area within 100 meters seemed to be under his control, and a powerful force pushed towards the blue flood dragon. Chapter 384. One square, one world, referred to a small world within a 50-kilometer radius, and a large world beyond that. One square, one world was a unique offensive technique that celestial masters had comprehended. This was a celestial master's understanding of spiritual energy and nature, which allowed them to form their own unique small square world. This small square world would become their elemental and offensive world, and they would be the strongest ruler within it. The Dong family's patriarch cultivated both the earth and lightning attributes, and the energy condensed from this small square world was like a mountain crashing down, thunder and lightning flashing. The blue flood dragon Tenbin used its divine ability again, and the dragon roared, shattering the mountains and dispersing the lightning. "Good. I didn't expect you to be at the late 6th stage. I'll fight you with all my strength." The Dong family's patriarch wasn't discouraged by the destruction of his small square world. After praising Tenbin, he continued to attack with the energy of his small square world. 3 mountains crashed towards the blue flood dragon with the power to move mountains and fill seas. This time, the Dong family's patriarch went all out, and the power of his attack made Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the dragon's back, panic-stricken. He felt as if he could see the 3 huge mountains crashing towards him, which made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have been scared out of his wits. Ugh! Before the mountains reached him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue flood dragon wasn't afraid. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its huge tail smashed towards the 3 mountains like a magnificent army. Rumble! The flood dragon's body was so terrifying that even the mountains were sent flying far away, without being harmed in the slightest. The Dong family's patriarch took advantage of this opportunity to unleash several bucket-sized lightning bolts towards the dragon's back. The blue flood dragon roared as it was electrocuted, and its huge body crashed towards the Dong family's patriarch. An incomparably huge mountain formed in front of the Dong family's patriarch to block the blue flood dragon's attack. Unfortunately, although the mountain was huge, it still couldn't stop the blue flood dragon's ferocity. The mountain broke, and the Dong family's patriarch was sent flying hundreds of meters away. "Great-grandfather!" Dong Xianxia cried out, and then shouted to the hell-patterned leopard, "Go kill that flood dragon and that pervert!" The hell-patterned leopard growled and pounced towards the blue flood dragon. The dark-patterned leopard had yet to arrive, but the blue flood dragon had already coiled its body dozens of meters long and was glaring at it coldly. A supreme dragon aura was released from it. The dark-patterned leopard was so intimidated by the dragon aura that it stopped in its tracks. It kept roaring as if it was resisting its will to submit. "Leopard, come back!" The patriarch of the Dong family had returned to his original spot, and he called out to the nether-patterned leopard. As the Dong clan's patriarch's mount, the nether-patterned leopard didn't resist at all. It immediately turned around and returned to the Dong clan's patriarch. "Great-grandfather, are you all right?" Dong Xianxia asked the old man with concern. The Dong family's patriarch wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "The flood dragon is indeed terrifying. I'm not its match." As soon as the words left the mouth of the patriarch of the Dong clan, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Complicated expressions could be seen on their faces, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. Just a moment ago, they were mocking Ling Xiao for being an idiot. Now, it was obvious who was the idiot. Sitting on the dragon's back, Ling Xiao asked the patriarch of the Dong clan, "Senior, are you all right?" Although the Dong family's patriarch had admitted defeat, Lu Sheng felt that the old man didn't want to fight to the death. Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba, and he didn't want to make enemies. Naturally, he was more polite to the Dong family's patriarch. "I'm fine. My old bones are still strong," the Dong family's patriarch replied. Gu Ba laughed. "Old man, this is the kid I told you I wanted to take as a disciple. It's a pity that he doesn't like me." The Dong clan patriarch was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This kid has delicate features, full of spirit, and a hint of softness in his toughness. He is indeed a rare young genius." Gu Ba chuckled, "Someone I like can't be too bad." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "What do you think about letting little Seven follow him?" Gu Ba didn't use his secret ear, so Dong Xianxia heard him clearly. "Grandpa Gu, who knows a pervert like him? I'll pull off your beard if you keep talking nonsense." Dong Xianxia glared at Gu Ba. Gu Ba quickly covered his chin, looking very comical. He was afraid that Dong Xianxia would really do that. "Just kidding, just kidding." Gu Ba laughed dryly. "They really are a good match." "Grandpa Gu." Dong Xianxia rode on the netherworld patterned leopard and pounced towards Gu Ba. On the other side, Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Great River sect. The dozen people from the Great River sect were so frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze that they retreated. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's blue flood dragon. The 3 Earth sovereigns from the Wei family had been heavily injured in an instant. If it weren't for the Dong family's ancestor, they would have died on the spot. "You didn't believe that it was my mount?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Jiang Wuxing waved his hands. "Little brother, you misunderstood." Of course we believed you. He still couldn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming. This was the legendary dragon that was suppressed in the Dragon Wave River. How could it have become this young man's mount? This was too illogical. Ling Xiao shifted his gaze to the elder standing behind Jiang Wuxing. Did you just say that I'm a brainless person who likes to show off? The elder waved his hands and laughed dryly. Definitely not me. You must have misheard. He then pointed at the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. It was them, they were the ones who scolded you. Long Haitian scolded, how shameless can you be? We didn't even say anything. That's right, you bastards from the Great River sect. Little brother, they were the ones who scolded you. Son of AB***, do you think little brother heard wrongly? You're insulting little brother's IQ. Little brother, don't listen to them. They just want to use you to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion. The people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cried out, and the people from the Great River sect also cursed at each other with red faces. The people from the two sects were like shrews on the street. They didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all as they attacked each other with malicious words. Nonsense. Ling Xiao roared, then turned to the blue flood dragon and said, "Swat those annoying flies away from me, they're annoying." Ling Xiao was pointing at the people from the Great River sect. It was their people who had scolded him the most viciously and nastily just now. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to deal with them because of this. After all, no one would believe that the blue flood dragon was his mount. He didn't want to help the Dragon Sea Pavilion, but when he heard about the Great River sect, he remembered that Luo Ming had almost been humiliated by the people from the Great River sect in the Myriad Beast Cave. The fire in his heart was ignited again. Even though he felt more guilty towards Luo Ming, he couldn't stop Luo Ming from being deeply in love with him. He still vaguely remembered what Luo Ming had said before she died, "I'll block it." This sentence would constantly resound in his heart, and it was like a sharp blade that incessantly sliced at his heart, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. When the people from the Great River sect saw Ling Xiao looking at them, all of them were terrified. Not long ago, they would be scared to this extent by a small low-level king stage cultivator. Sect leader, run. I'll block it. One of the elders from the Great River sect shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged at the blue flood dragon. Quick, everyone run. Jiang Wuxing's face was ashen as he shouted and immediately turned tail to run. The blue flood dragon was so powerful that even an Earth Sovereign stage cultivator couldn't withstand a single blow. If he stayed, he would only increase the number of casualties. The elders from the Great River sect had long since made preparations to escape. Following Jiang Wuxing's words, they ran as fast as he did. As for the remaining 3 elders from the Great River sect, they didn't run. Obviously, they were covering for their juniors so that they could escape. All of you run. Let me block it. The elder who had blocked the blue flood dragon first shouted, a look of determination on his face. Then he sucked in a mouthful of spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered around him. No! The 3 elders from the Great River sect cried out in unison. They already knew what he was going to do. Retreat! The Dong family's patriarch snorted and raised a mountain in front of Gu Ba and Dong Qinchin. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. Die, brat! The elder from the Great River sect pounced at Ling Xiao and the blue flood dragon. He actually chose to self-detonate. Even if he couldn't kill the blue flood dragon, he could still kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, the blue flood dragon would naturally die as well. You want to self-detonate? You don't have the ability. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he drew out a steady stream of psychic energy from his spiritual sea. Invisible and formless, the sword light was like the wind. Just as the elder from the Great River sect was about to self-detonate, his mind froze, and he fell into a momentary daze. No one understood what was going on. The blue flood dragon was already in front of him, its giant claws smashing down on his head. The head of the previous generation Great River sect elder was smashed into smithereens, his brain and blood splattering everywhere. Old Sheng, you little bastard, will fight you to the death. The 3 elders from the Great River sect were enraged. At the same time, the high-grade profound-level weapons that made them famous appeared in their hands, and they attacked Ling Xiao. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao. The blue flood dragon roared, and the Tenbin dragon's divine ability appeared again. The earth shook, and the river water surged. The three elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was protected by the blue flood dragon's protective divine light, which blocked the spiritual energy attacks of the three emperors. The blue flood dragon unleashed its ferocious might, and once again pounced on the three elders from the Great River sect. The dragon's tail swept out, and the bodies of the three elders couldn't withstand a single blow. They were reduced to pools of blood. The blue flood dragon spat out a mouthful of blue divine light toward Jiang Wuxing, who was the fastest to escape. Jiang Wuxing, who was 1,000 meters away, didn't even have the chance to scream. He disappeared into the clouds in the sky. The three elders from the Dong clan, Nangong Lai, Long Hage, and the two elders from the Kai clan were all shocked. Chapter 385. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so ruthless, directly killing the four emperors and the sect master of the Great River sect. This had shaken the Great River sect's foundation. If the Dragon Sea Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to attack the Great River sect, then the Great River sect would definitely disappear in the annals of history. Ling Xiao didn't continue to chase after the others after letting the blue flood dragon kill them. Since he had already vented his anger, he could let the others go. He knew that the Dragon Sea Pavilion wouldn't let them go. When he was here, the Dragon Sea Pavilion had been polite to him, so he had helped them out. Little dragon, turn small. It'll scare the others. Ling Xiao touched the dragon's body. The blue flood dragon understood Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately shrank into a miniature version of a small flood dragon. It wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's waist and refused to return to the spirit beast bracer. Seniors, Ling Xiao is deeply apologetic for any of your worries. Ling Xiao bowed slightly. He didn't expect the blue flood dragon's appearance to cause such panic, so he was quite embarrassed. He muttered to himself, "Didn't they say that I could ride on spirit beasts? Why is there such a big commotion when I just let the little dragon appear? It seems like I can't keep a low profile." "Brat, how did you manage to subdue the flood dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river?" Guba asked as he approached Ling Xiao. He looked at the little dragon on Ling Xiao's waist and was quite fearful. Ling Xiao rubbed his hair and laughed dryly. "Senior, this might be because I'm a good person. It followed me for no reason." Since they all thought it was a flood dragon, Ling Xiao could only make the best of it. In any case, he had already killed the 8th grade 9-headed dragon snake at the bottom of the river. Nothing would happen in the future. How shameless! Dong Qinchin said disdainfully after hearing Ling Xiao's narcissistic words. "I also think that you have a good character. Otherwise, why would such a strong creature stay by your side? You're really to this old man's liking." Gu Ba praised him, then lowered his voice and said to Ling Xiao, "I say, what do you think of my Xiao Qi? She's the most beautiful flower in Nantian City. She has the looks, the figure." Before he could finish his words, Dong Qinchin had already ordered the hell-patterned leopard to pounce forward. Cuba squealed and ran away, not forgetting to add, "The only bad thing about her is that she's too hot-tempered." "Grandpa Gu, I'll definitely pluck off your beard," Dong Qinchin angrily shouted. Ling Xiao looked at the two clowns and chuckled. He then turned to the Dong clan's patriarch, Nangong Lai, and the rest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. "Seniors, sorry for the disturbance. Junior will take his leave now. Little brother, why are you in such a hurry?" "Our Dragon Sea Pavilion isn't far from here. We're very grateful that you've subdued the Flood Dragon and removed a huge threat to the Dragon Wave River. Why don't you come to our Dragon Sea Pavilion for a few days before leaving?" Long Haitian invited him. Such a young talent, if they didn't curry favor with him now, when would they be able to? Not to mention, this young man had helped them eradicate a formidable enemy of many years. The remaining remnants of the Great River sect were no longer a threat. Long Haitian was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao and sincerely extended an invitation. I might have to disappoint Senior. Junior has important matters to attend to in the southern wastelands Gu City. It's not convenient for me to stay for long, Ling Xiao declined. The southern wastelands Gu City was the birthplace of the Gu clan, and it was also the ruins of their ancestral land. Before Long Haitian could reply, Nangong Lai said indifferently, "Why do you want to go to Gu City? That place has been abandoned for 10,000 years, and it is said that 10,000 years ago, something ominous happened there. Now, there are terrifying things happening there, and no one knows how many years it has been." Nangong Lai was from the southern wasteland, so he had some understanding of the southern wasteland's affairs. "I have my own difficulties, but I have to go," Ling Xiao replied. "Since that's the case, then rest for a day at the Dragon Sea Pavilion. I'll take you to Gu City tomorrow," Nangong Lai said. "This?" Ling Xiao hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Gu Ba returned to Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you're in luck. Brother Lai is famous for keeping strangers away from him. It's your luck that he invited you along. No one is more familiar with the southern wasteland than him." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior." In any case, he still had to wait for the Demon Emperor and Xianxia to arrive, so he might as well go to the Dragon Sea Pavilion to rest and understand the situation before setting off. Long Haitian and 3 elders from the previous generation of the Dragon Sea Pavilion invited the Dong family's ancestor and Master Gu Ba into the pavilion. The two hesitated for a moment, but they still decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion face. After all, the Dragon Sea Pavilion would definitely rule the Dragon Wave River in the future. Although the Dong family was powerful, it was still necessary to maintain a good relationship with them. As for the 2 elders from the Kai family, they also shamelessly followed them. This was a good opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Dong family. At the same time, they could also establish a good relationship with the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Nangong Lai, and that young man. This was very important to the Kai family. After Ling Xiao sent a sound transmission to the Demon Emperor, he entered the Dragon Sea Pavilion with Long Haitian and the others. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was constructed by a river, and it was surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers. The buildings were magnificent and grand. The mountains were verdant, the springs flowed, spirit birds flew about, and spirit energy was abundant. When looked at from afar, it was like a beautiful and elegant painting that caused one's state of mind to relax. Long Haitian led the group to the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was the highest symbol of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was located on the highest mountain beside the river. The pillars and walls of the palace were mainly carved with pictures of dragons and phoenixes. The carvings were very detailed, and they looked very lifelike. A huge dragon was coiled above the palace, giving off a very intimidating and domineering feeling. When they arrived at the top of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and looked down, the Dragon Wave River looked like a huge dragon lying on the ground. The waves of the river surged, corresponding to the Dragon Sea Pavilion. One couldn't help but sigh at how talented the architect of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was. He had actually built this place according to the local conditions, and it really lived up to the name of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. No wonder there's this saying, "See the real dragon in the Dragon Sea Pavilion." It really is true, Nangong Lai praised as he looked down at the Dragon Wave River. The Dong family's patriarch also said, "This is the way of nature. Looking at it every day is better than a month of cultivation. It's a pity that you've wasted it." "Elder Dong, you're right." Long Haitian bowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "I've been looking at this river for almost 100 years, and I still haven't realized that I've gained 1,000 years of cultivation?" However, just as everyone was about to enter the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they discovered that Ling Xiao hadn't followed them. "Ling." Long Haitian wanted to call out to Ling Xiao. "Don't disturb him." The Dong family's patriarch stopped him. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the river that looked like a huge dragon. The torrential river water seemed to flow eastward endlessly, and the waves whistled and splashed endlessly. It was like a flood dragon soaring into the sky, or like an expert's all-out attack, overturning the river and overturning the sea. Ling Xiao fell into an indescribable state. He felt like he was a small boat, drifting with the wind, rising with the waves, moving with the momentum, and stopping with the water. That mysterious feeling seemed to be constantly lingering in his heart. The group of elders behind Ling Xiao didn't dare to say anything, because they already knew what kind of state Ling Xiao was in. This was the legendary state of being one with the heavens. Martial artists pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, and only by reaching the state of being one with the heavens could they reach the pinnacle. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to comprehend it under such circumstances made them all envious. At the same time, they sighed inwardly, "This Tenbin kid is indeed extraordinary." Gradually, Ling Xiao's figure became illusory. Others could clearly see him in front of them, but they felt as if he had disappeared from this side of the world, separated into another world. After an unknown amount of time, a spirit bird quickly flew in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and his eyes returned to normal. "Damn bird!" Gu Ba, who was behind Ling Xiao, cursed. Then he made a grabbing motion, and the spirit bird flew into his hand. "Grandmaster Gu, please stop." Long Haitian shouted. Ling Xiao also said, "Senior Gu, let it go. How can it be counted? This damned bird destroyed your state of being one with the world. How many opportunities do you need to enter this mysterious state once or twice? Damn it." Guba angrily complained on Ling Xiao's behalf. He was about to crush the struggling spirit bird to death. Ling Xiao stopped him again. "If I hadn't come to the Dragon Pavilion, I wouldn't have comprehended the Tao. Ling Xiao has already benefited a lot, so how can I be so greedy? Senior Gu, please let it go." "That's right. Opportunities are hard to find. If you get them, you'll be lucky. If you don't, you won't lose anything." The Dong family's patriarch gave Ling Xiao a patronizing look. Before, he had only paid attention to Ling Xiao because of the flood dragon. Now, he was finally starting to take Ling Xiao seriously. "Little Fei Fei, where are you?" A clear and melodious voice came from not far away. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice and saw a beautiful woman looking around as if she was looking for something. When she saw Long Haitian and the others, she asked Long Haitian, "Daddy, have you seen little Fei Fei?" Long Haitian rebuked, "Tong, don't be rude. Hurry up and greet the seniors." This woman was Long Haitian's daughter, Long Ru. Long Ruatong rarely saw her father so serious, and she knew that the people in front of her were definitely important. She immediately went up and bowed to them. "Fei Fei, you're here? Senior, can you return Fei Fei to me?" asked Long Roy. The spirit bird in Guba's hand was Long Ruatong's pet. She had raised it for many years and had developed a deep affection for it. That was also why Long Haitian had stopped her. "Child, don't let this bird fly around in the future. Do you know how many people's opportunities were destroyed by it?" Guba casually returned the spirit bird to Long Ruatong. Long Ruatong was a bit confused. At that moment, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Her expression became calm at first, but then it turned into an expression of extreme joy. She stared at Ling Xiao as if she had seen a lover she hadn't seen for many years. Ling Xiao was embarrassed by Long Ruatong's gaze. Ling Xiao revealed a shy expression. This young lady, don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." "How can Tong Tong be so rude?" Long Haitian coughed in embarrassment. He muttered inwardly, "What's wrong with my daughter? Even if you like him, you can't act like this." Chapter 386. Suddenly, Long Ruatong bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Benefactor, please accept this little girl's bow." Ling Xiao was startled by Long Ruatong's action. He quickly retreated and said, "Young lady Long, did you recognize the wrong person?" Everyone looked at Long Ruatong's performance in a daze and secretly exclaimed in their hearts, "Today, I've learned something new. It turns out that women can be so crazy when chasing men nowadays." They all thought that Long Ruatong was trying to strike up a conversation with Ling Xiao and wanted to get familiar with Ling Xiao so that she could pursue him. They were also wondering if this was Long Haitian's idea to let his daughter keep Ling Xiao. Their Dragon Sea Pavilion would have a great help, and becoming an 8th grade sect would be just around the corner. Actually, Ling Xiao already had some idea in his heart. He suspected that this girl was one of the 3 girls that he had saved in the Nest of Beasts. Previously, in the Nest of Beasts, when the Great River sect was chasing the Dragon Sea Pavilion people, Luo Ming had lent a helping hand and almost caused herself to be consigned to eternal damnation. Ling Xiao had no choice but to save her, killing the Great River sect people and saving Luo Ming. At the same time, it could be considered as helping the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion out of danger. At that time, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to the appearance of the Dragon Sea Pavilion girls, so he did not recognize Long Ruotong. Long Ruotong's following words confirmed Ling Xiao's thoughts. "Benefactor, don't you remember saving me in the Nest of Beasts? If not for you killing the Great River sect's elder, we sisters and eldest senior brother would not have been able to return to the sect," Long Ruotong said with a hidden bitterness. Since Ling Xiao killed the Great River sect's King Jie and saved them with his spirit master strength, Long Ruotong had deeply remembered Ling Xiao's appearance in her heart. If not for Ling Xiao, they might have been humiliated to death by the Great River sect people. How could she forget the handsome young man who had saved them at the most crucial moment? Ling Xiao's heroic appearance was accidentally branded into the depths of Long Ruotong's heart. Long Ruotong always knew that Ling Xiao was a person of Purple Heaven sect. She also did not expect that she could enter the eyes of others. She only regarded him as a lover in her dreams. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he appeared in front of her. How could she not be excited? How could she not be happy? Long Ruotong was only in her 20s. She was at the age when a young girl's first awakening of love. Ling Xiao's appearance and strength were both excellent, and he met the requirements in her heart. Most importantly, he had saved her before. I seem to have some recollection of that. Ling Xiao scratched his head and laughed. He then said, "It was just a coincidence. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart." To be honest, if it wasn't for saving Luo Ming, he wouldn't have cared about the lives of others. Therefore, in his heart, he still felt guilty towards Long Ruotong calling him benefactor. Ling Xiao's modesty made Long Ruotong's impression of Ling Xiao even better. Not forgetting to repay kindness, this was truly the behavior of a great hero. "Tong? What exactly is going on?" Long Haitian asked from the side. Long Ruotong looked at Ling Xiao affectionately and then said to Long Haitian, "Father, do you remember when I told you that during the sect oath assembly, I and a few of my senior brothers and sisters were attacked by the Great River sect in the Nest of Beasts? We were almost humiliated to death. It was this benefactor who appeared in time and saved us. So little brother Ling is actually my daughter's benefactor. I, Long Haitian, am extremely grateful. If you need my Dragon Sea Pavilion's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I, Long Haitian, will definitely not refuse." Long Haitian suddenly realized that he had indeed heard his daughter talk about her encounter in the Nest of Beasts. He immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and promised. He only had one daughter, and he was extremely protective of her. These words were definitely from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he had the intention of roping in Ling Xiao. After Long Ruotong recognized Ling Xiao, his identity also became known to everyone. It turned out that such an outstanding young man was actually someone from the 8th rank sect, the Purple Sky sect. He was a 20-year-old king realm cultivator, had a high-tier 6th rank spirit beast as his mount, and had astonishing comprehension ability. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao had a lot of experience, but they hadn't expected him to be someone from the Purple Sky sect. This made them endlessly envious of the Purple Sky sect for recruiting such an outstanding young disciple. The group went to rest in the Dragon Pavilion, and Long Haitian had people bring over 1,000-year-old wine and 1,000-year-old spirit fruits for everyone to enjoy. He treated Ling Xiao and the others with the highest treatment possible. Everyone present was a powerful expert, and there was even the Dong family's ancestor present. They had no choice but to treat them with respect. After Long Ruotong recognized Ling Xiao, she stuck to his side and enthusiastically chatted with Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao to feel nervous and shy. Long Ruotong could be considered a first-rate beauty, and she wasn't the least bit inferior to the Lu sisters. The delicate fragrance she emitted made his heart flutter. Dong Qinchin, who was sitting across from Ling Xiao, glared at him from time to time. Her beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure, and she inwardly cursed, "Smug pervert." At this time, Guba was bored, so he asked Ling Xiao, "Kid, what did you comprehend just now?" As soon as Guba said this, everyone's attention was on Ling Xiao. They also wanted to know how Ling Xiao had easily entered the unity of heaven and man state, and what he had comprehended. This was something that they wanted to know as well. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the way of nature, take advantage of the situation to attack, guide nature, deal with myriad changes by remaining unchanged, and break all laws." Everyone frowned when they heard this, and they seemed to be deep in thought. The first to understand was the Dong family's patriarch, and he praised, "Good, good. Using the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken." It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to achieve. Using the power of the general trend to counter the myriad of changes, you can become stronger and win. This is the essence of the battle momentum, battle will, and battle opportunities. After listening to the Dong family's patriarch's explanation, everyone instantly felt enlightened. The river's momentum fluctuated from time to time. When it was still, it was calm, but when it moved, it was like a bolt of lightning. This was the Tao of nature. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had grasped something, but they couldn't find any traces. At this time, someone from the Dragon Sea Pavilion came to report that a young man and an old man were requesting an audience with Ling Xiao's friends. Ling Xiao knew that Xianxia and the Demon Emperor must have arrived. Long Haitian asked someone to bring them in. After Xianxia and the Demon Emperor entered, Xianxia bowed to everyone, while the Demon Emperor walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed, "Master, this old servant was unable to rescue you, and caused you to be frightened." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with even more astonishment. The Demon Emperor's cultivation was already at the mid-level of the Earth Emperor realm, but he actually called Ling Xiao Master? This was simply too inconceivable. It had to be known that the previous generation of elders of the Purple Sky sect were only at the Earth Emperor realm. Even if Ling Xiao was the most outstanding disciple in the Purple Sky sect, he shouldn't have an Earth Emperor realm servant, right? In the Northwest, any Earth Emperor realm expert was in existence at the peak. They had lofty dignity and status, so how could they be willing to be slaves? For a moment, everyone was guessing whether Ling Xiao's identity was as simple as an ordinary disciple of the Purple Sky sect. In the evening, Long Haitian held a banquet in the Dragon Pavilion, and the pavilion was filled with a festive atmosphere that hadn't been seen in a long time. After the banquet, the Dong family's patriarch, Gu Ba, and Dong Qinchin were the first to leave. Before leaving, Gu Ba secretly said to Ling Xiao, "My family's Xiaoqi is really not bad. She has both breasts and buttocks. She's made for a son, much better than that girl from the Long family. You might as well consider her." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinchin ruthlessly kicked his buttocks. Dong Qinchin gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go home and pluck off all your beard." She then glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Hypocritical pervert, don't let me see you again." With that, she floated out of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Ling Xiao muttered, "This girl must have taken the wrong medicine. This young master is an elegant young master, and she keeps calling me a pervert. Be careful, or I'll really show you." After the three from the Dong family left, the two elders from the Kai family also left. Nangong Lai and Ling Xiao's group of three were arranged to rest on a mountain peak with excellent scenery. When they arrived at the resting area, Xianxia asked about Ling Xiao's experiences over the past few days. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything and told Xianxia everything. He had always felt that Xianxia was a trustworthy friend, so he believed that telling him these things wouldn't affect him in any way. The most important thing about a friend was having a heart-to-heart. Ling Xiao also wanted to find out what Xianxia wanted from him. Perhaps he really was the priestess's cousin? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xianxia's face lit up with joy. Brother Ling's luck is really good. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have died. Of course, this young master has always been blessed with good fortune. No one can do anything to me, Ling Xiao boastfully replied. Did anything happen between you and old Zhao these past few days? He continued, nothing happened between you and old Zhao. The old Zhao that Ling Xiao spoke of was the Demon Emperor. He had previously introduced the Demon Emperor using the name Zhao Shiren, or else it would have been inappropriate to directly use the word Demon Emperor. Xianxia said indifferently, of course I'm fine. I'm just worried that something bad would happen to you. It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, Senior Nangong will accompany us to Gu City, Ling Xiao replied. He believed Xianxia's words without a doubt, but he didn't know that when he had first fallen into the river, Xianxia had almost been killed by the Demon Emperor. It was said that after Ling Xiao had been sucked into the river by the nine-headed dragon snake, the Demon Emperor knew that Xianxia was the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. The Demon Emperor had enmity with the Xuanji sect, so he wanted to kill Xianxia to vent his hatred. At that time, the Demon Emperor had thought that he had Xianxia in his grasp, but he hadn't expected that Xianxia would be the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. Just as the Demon Emperor made his move, a simple and unadorned 8 trigrams mirror appeared in Xianxia's hand. This 8 trigrams mirror was the Xuanji sect's sect-guarding treasure. It was called the Demon Sealing 8 trigrams mirror, and it was a rare high-grade spirit artifact. It just so happened to restrain the Demon Emperor's dark attribute and strong bloodlust. At the same time, it was a terrifying artifact that could seal or attack other people's souls. As long as the Demon Emperor dared to make a move, Xianxia would definitely be able to erase the Demon Emperor's soul and make him disappear completely. In the end, the Demon Emperor had no choice but to compromise and reach an unknown agreement with Xianxia. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.